How you doing? Uh, what? Almost. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What a nice job that that would've been. Yeah.
you're doing it, read about a great book. Be clear about why you're going and whether or not that university course is the right thing for you, because it might not be. University is fantastic for some people; they have a really good time. For other people, it would be much better to start off and work and maybe do a vocational course. And so the big issue, I think, is making sure that you get the best information before you go.
Yeah.
Right, you're here. Got to talk University Challenge.
And I've missed
People are
this
waiting.
show. I've missed this show. It's a willow, what a cat, honestly. I tell you what, give me a meow, meow. Oh, I tell you, I miss these sofas. Good to see you, man.
You are the third host in 60 years. That's incredible. You know,
It's crazy.
Show.
It's
It really
crazy.
is.
And it's so, honestly, Jermaine, it's so humbling. I met Bamber Gascoigne, the famous Bamber Gascoigne, some of our older viewers will remember. He was this incredibly urbane, impressive guy, and I had a dinner with him about 20 odd years ago when I was at university. I remember thinking, this guy's so cool. Imagine having that job. And I'm not doing it. You know, I'm going to watch it tonight. I've not seen the episode yet, by the way. I'm going to watch it with my son Winston, and I sort of can't believe it's going to happen. But also, I know if he was watching, he'd absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's lovely that it's got that meaning as well.
It really does. It really does.
Jeremy Paxman, now then. He had some great advice for you, didn't he?
He did. And I think the thing that, I mean, he is, talking about big shoes to fill, he is a giant of broadcasting, such an enormous, heroic figure in our culture. And very sadly, he's got Parkinson's, and people will know that he's been dealing with that illness. And I know people who've got Parkinson's, and it's affected my family. I wanted to give him a call. I did it in the morning, and I had two messages. I said, Jeremy, I want to say two things. One is, thank you for passing the show on in such great condition. You know, the ratings are great, the show's format's as solid as ever. But the other thing is, I'll try not to screw it up. And we had the sweetest conversation, you know. And what he said to me, he said, thank you for calling. Appreciate your calling. It was the right thing to do. And he said, make the questions second nature to you. So really familiarise, a bit like you guys in rehearsals over here, really get to know the questions in advance. And I think out of respect for him, I'm going to make sure I do that. Make sure I do.
Brilliant. He's known for being, should we say, savage on the programme. I mean,
like you with some of your guests. Exactly. I don't think I could out savage Pax though.
I know. Are you going to be like the nice guy?
I'm going to be me. I mean, you know better than anyone what I'm like. I'm going to be. I'm not going to do stuff. I'm going to rule. I'm going to do put downs. A, if they deserve it, and B, if I really knew the answer. I think if you like have a scathing put down, and you're making up that you knew the answer, people will be able to tell. Where if there's certain things I know quite a lot about, I know quite a lot about rum, reggae, cricket, a bit about football. I sort of feel like then you can get away with really putting them in their place. But you've got to do it in a certain amount of affection. And these young people, I mean, for people watching it tonight, these young people are so amazing. They're not from wealthy backgrounds necessarily. They're incredibly clever, and they're really nervous, and they just want to have a good time. So I'm trying to kind of be a friend to them, but I'm also the boss. And so if they do say something embarrassing, as I have once or twice been told off myself, I will tell them off.
Well, you might be the boss, and you might think you're going to be giving out some put downs, but you know what it's like to be a contestant on that show, don't you?
I can see where this is going.
You do. You did the celebrity special.
You're not going to send me up.
Here you are.
Oh no!
That's some tips on how not to be a contestant.
Oh, did you have to do this?
Yes.
All the best.
Tip 1: get flustered. I didn't say that. I would sort of regret. No. Tip 2: interrupt the question early and get it wrong. Each employee tends to rise. Roger. Maslow. Yeah, yes, 5 points, I'm afraid. Tip 3: answer only using facial expressions.
It's a wonder you got the job.
Why is this show turned so nuts? You're trying to end my career before I've even started. You're just trying to get me back on this sofa. That's what you're trying to do. I don't have time. I'm not interested. Thank you
now,
very
we
much.
have to mention, and congratulations, Anmol Rajan interviews.
I thought you were going to talk about my family. I thought you were going to talk about my children.
Oh, no, I don't know whether that's public knowledge. We'll go
maybe it's not. I should check with my wife, yeah.
We've done that before, remember? You've interviewed Bill Gates, Piers Morgan, Philip Schofield, you know, and you ask the question, tough questions, but the ones that people at home want to know the answers to. How do you prepare?
We've got an amazing team. There's a brilliant exec producer we've got called Keir McKenzie. Amazing team, all come together, loads and loads of work. again, for kids watching this who are going into an interview, it is so important to do the preparation because A, you'll get found out if they turn the tables, and B, if you do a lot of preparation, it just gives you more confidence.
Yeah.
And I think it's tricky when you're a journalist, because you're not their mate. You do have to ask tough questions, especially if they're people with a bit of power. And things like the Philip Schofield thing, you've got to do it sensitively.
Nice one. Well, thank you very much, Emma. And you can watch the new series of University Challenge tonight, 8:30 on BBC Two and iPlayer. It's just before Chris's programme, Earth, so that's really been sorted. Amal Rajan interviews is available on iPlayer. Thank you, Thibaut, for coming on.
Pleasure.
We'll be back tomorrow with Bill Bailey, and there's a big wedding in EastEnders this week.
Indeed.
And we have the bride and groom, Kathy and Rocky, Gillian Tailfield and Brian Connolly. Have a lovely evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Everyone's really feeling the energy here.
It was an epic final. It's amazing, isn't it?
It's not like one for the ages.
What a brilliant day it's been.
Six up-and-coming MCs battle it out, and it come until you prove their ability and intimidate their competition. It's all out there.
Bro, like, you took an L when you forgot your own bars. This is the rap game, bro. Like, you can't be making them kind of mistakes.
We ain't holding back.
This is the intro to my last power prosper.
One of the bar is higher than ever.
Bracket UK. Before the next series starts, press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Bosco's the one whose name everyone knows, but who can change your life? Who can make you a star?
How can you not know about Bosco? Sam, I'm known in Bosco.
Everything's falling apart, man. There's so much trouble this music business is causing. It's enough now, Vita.
Champion. Press red to watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Timothy Spall and Anne Reid in our new drama starting tonight. Top cast, chilling story. The Sixth Commandment here at 9. But now it is the big day.
Congratulations, Robbie!
Baby. That's a hangover.
Hey, you don't want to ask.
Cliff Richard at 9 o'clock in the morning. Who are you not trying to talk to?
Robbie, go back! Close the curtains! Robbie, don't look! You're not supposed to see it so I can call the wedding!
Oh, it's all right, Jean. We've had a fair show about that, don't we, Rocky?
Oh, this is lovely. It's like Romeo and Juliet without the tongue.
Sleep all right?
Well, I did. And then I woke up panicking because I'm going to be Mrs. Cotton. Not quite ready to be docked yet. Right, well, I will see you in 3 hours' time to make an honest man of you. Love you.
Love you too.
Glass of champagne?
No, thank you.
A little sip?
No, honestly,
Celebration?
no, Kim, I don't drink.
Oh, you're Muslim, innit? So I forgot. Rocky must have rubbed off on that, I'm sure. They're all bonkers. I am so nervous, Denise. I never saw myself doing this again. Well, never say never. Come on, sit. Got to finish you off, ain't I? Oh, roll on next week, flying off to Greece. 2 weeks in the sun, lying on deck, glass of wine in one hand, Jackie Collins in the other. Well, if anyone deserves it, it's you, Kat. Huh? Oh, look who it is. Suki. Oh, Suki, they're lovely. Fresh from the market. No, I couldn't. Yes, you can. Oh, thank you. Some bubbly for you, Suki? You know, at the boy's head?
Oh, maybe just a half. I need a clear head for the shop today.
Oh, what? You're not coming to the wedding?
Couldn't get cover, I'm afraid, but I wish you all happiness.
Oh, thank you. Well, she's a woman who knows happiness. Waiting for her husband who's been banged up for 20 years. Happiness. Yeah.
Hi, Jimmy.
Oh,
maid of honour. Have you got something borrowed?
no, but I've got something old. Rocky.
Hey, listen, I know it's not a church wedding, but I thought you could wear Dot's little cross necklace.
Oh, sorry, that's such a lovely song. Yeah, thank you. And Kath, if you want something blue, I've got a dirty joke I can tell you. Actually, I've sorted all that out myself. Oh, here you go. Whoa. Hello. It's silly at my age, I know. But
Chris, it's not what you're talking about.
forget about all the birth certificates. It's all about the age you feel. Inside. Stop lurking.
Oh, Bobby, you do suit a suit.
Proper little James Bond, isn't he? In fact, he was on a secret mission for me last night. I had him infiltrate the boys' stag do. You know, keep an eye on Rocky. Oh, wise woman.
Well, they must have had a good night last night. Mission Beat came home in a great mood.
Well, all I needed to know was that Rocky ended up in the right bed, in the right house, alone. Which Bobby assures me that he did. Oh, what more can you ask for? Yeah. Cheers. 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 Lovely, isn't it?
Right. So I've been thinking, you go over to Phil's, you say that Albie wants a play date with his sister.
Well, you've just dropped him off at your mum.
Yeah, and then you bring Peggy back here so I can see her.
The only way Phil's not going to go after you for stealing his money is if you get to him before anyone else doesn't come.
Yeah, I'll never let me see Peggy again if I do that, Sharon.
Well, you think he's going to? Once Lisa tells the police she didn't take the cash, but you did.
She won't, because it will come out about her blackmailing me.
Oh, Keanu, I'm meant to be watching Kathy getting married today, not dealing with all this.
I hate this. I tried stealing from the woman I love, and now I'm asking for help. This isn't me, right? But honestly, don't know what else to do. All I want to do is be a part of both of my kids' life. Is that so much to ask?
I guess he left me a drunken voicemail last night asking me to go to the wedding as her date. Stace. She does this really cute thing when she's drunk. She slurs her S's.
Look, I'll finish getting ready, then I'll go over to Phil's and suss him out, okay?
Can we just leave him pinned up? We'll be late.
No, you like saggy bottoms. I'm not having people talk about your saggy bottoms. Turn round.
That's what people are talking about. It's going to be a boring wedding.
Anyone want coffee?
Right, don't take them off. Get better.
No, it's still banging like there's a still band playing in it.
Well, I did tell you to go easy, but you'll never listen.
Why are you eating ice cream at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Cravings. What time's Theo coming?
Oh, don't remind me.
It's Saturday. Well, not coming for you. Your mum's taking him to the wedding as her date.
You can't be serious.
Well, she's entitled to a love life.
She'll mess things up for me. Just when I'm starting to do good with my schoolwork. Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Not wrong though, am I? You never get it right when it comes to men. You've got a little bit of...
Well, it's not cruise, but it's still Greece. Ish.
Well, can't he just pop down to Cornwall for a while? I've got a mate who's got a stag down there. Well, I say he's a mate. I was a bit more mate with his missus. If you get my drift.
You've got a little sticky cafe in a caravan. Our honeymoon, she deserves better than that. Hang on, look, that one. How about that?
Well, I don't know how pricey that is. So, why don't you just have a chat with Nish? Yeah?
We went out on holiday fair in school. I was the one who was stupid enough to lose it.
I was sure I had the cards. Yeah, I only had a few aces up my sleeve, to be honest with you. It stands to reason. You don't do 20 years in the nick without learning some tricks, do you?
I don't want to look at this. Can't afford to buy a holiday anyway. What am I going to say? How am I going to tell her?
Tell her what?
Hey! Tell her that you are the most
beautiful, gorgeous matron of honour in the whole world of wedding.
Yes, thank you, Alfie. Right, shouldn't you be suited and booted? I want to put this on.
Yes, you should be suited and booted. Listen, mate, you know I can't make it because I've got work to do, but have a good one, will you, right?
Oh, I'll tell you what, we need a day like today after last night's performance.
Yeah, I know, but today's a new day, okay? And if you weren't spoken for...
You'd have to be the last man in the
Oh,
all the world.
yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, you were meant to. Right, nervous? Well, you needn't be. All right, Kathy loves you so much. I've just been over there.
How is she?
She's radiant. Honestly, for a conniving con man, you've done well. I'm so proud of you. Right, now come on, up you get.
Son, I have done something very stupid.
It don't involve a stripper, does it?
No. I lost the honeymoon in a card game with this.
Oh, you can't be serious.
No matter what you say, it ain't going to make me feel any worse. I'm a stupid bloody idiot.
Oh, you've clearly not told her then.
No, I ain't going to tell her, not now. I'm going to tell her later on tonight.
No, you cannot start this marriage off with a lie, Rocky, all right? Kathy deserves more than that.
She deserves more than me.
You need to tell her before someone else does, all right? Take it from someone who's forgiven you for lying.
Yeah. Do you think she'll still marry me?
You look nice in that suit. Don't you look nice in that suit, Stacey?
Oh, Stacey, you look amazing. So, whose side are we on? Bride or groom?
Oh, well, Harvey's Rocky's best man, but I've known Kathy longer. She's Martin's auntie.
So Martin will be there.
Yeah.
I got it. Right.
You alright?
You alright, Alf? Yeah? Not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, it's Jean Martin. She can't keep her hands on me, so at the same time, I've given up wearing trousers.
What's Martin here?
Yeah, I didn't know what they were. Touch it?
Actually. What do you want?
Well, they're for you. For the wedding. You forgot. About the voicemail. Well, I'm here now, Stace. I know what your white rose is because I know that red
Which ones do remind me of my dad's funeral? Yeah. Thank you. The thing is, I asked Theo if he wanted to come to the wedding with me, and he's here.
Right.
Yeah, but I'd rather go with you.
So go with me.
I can't, can I? Can I do that? He's sitting in the kitchen. And what if he gets annoyed and stops tutoring Lily? I mean, she's doing so well.
So what's your plan, Stace? Are you going to wait till Lily's doing her GCSEs before you tell him?
But I didn't even invite him. Eve did. Maybe I could just explain.
Yeah. I mean, it would mean a lot to me, you know. Going is your day.
Okay, all right. Hang on.
Nowadays, it's called home economics, and the boys do it as well. And it's not just cooking; it's budgeting and bits and bobs. But in my day, it was called housecraft, and it was just cooking, and just the girls did it. And I loved every lesson until the Portakabin burnt down.
Theo.
Everything all right?
No, not really, no. I forgot that I'd asked Martin to come to the wedding with me as a date.
But I'm your date. You asked me. I bought a new suit. I cancelled my plans. Well, I suppose plans change. You'll still want me to come and keep tutoring Lily?
Stacey?
Do you know what? Forget it. Right, I asked you first, and it's going to be a really nice day.
Well, I do.
You look amazing then.
I wasn't really going to wear white, but then I had that one anyway, and but then I saw this, and it fitted like a glove. And off the shoulder's not really my style, is it? Only if you can have 4 weddings, you can have 2 dresses, can't you? What do you think?
You picked the right one then.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
No, I'm okay.
Oh, Bobby, I know you, and it's not. So whatever it is, I'd rather know.
Nan, I can't. I just.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Give some minute, will you, Bob?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Come on. What is it?
Me and the lads, we played poker last night, and I can't sugarcoat this. I lost Greece.
Our honeymoon? How could you?
I'm sure I had the best cards.
No, what you mean is your ego got the better of you. Mr. Big Shot, tossing my honeymoon on the table without a thought for my feelings. You're never going to change, are you? I just can't trust you.
I am. And you can trust me. I'll sort it out.
No, you are never going to change. No, I deserve more than this.
You're right, you do. And I don't know why I do this. It's just like, it's in me and I can't stop it. And I hate how much it hurts you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Kev. And I'm not just saying stuff to win you round. I want to make you happy. I want to make us happy. I want to wake up to you for the rest of my life because I love you.
Can you just go, please?
You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, Rocky, what is there to talk about? Just go.
I'll see you at the registry office, yeah?
Don't let that shit get away, will you? There you go. I don't know why I buy them a present. I ain't going to the wedding.
She's always sending customers over to the cab office. Anyway, no harm being nice to the mother of your child, is there? Which one does he mean, he asks himself? Kathy, Denise or Lisa? So come on then. Tell me about when you married Kathy.
Must have told already. Mum, okay.
There's a surprise.
I turned up halfway through the wedding.
Making it all about her. I'll tell you something, no one's turned up halfway through our nuptials.
I've come to respectfully ask for you to give Chelsea her job back.
And why should I?
And getting together in the office was my idea, so I'm to blame there. Plus, she's a single mom and she loves the job.
And why she sent you?
She doesn't know me. Look, you'd be doing me a massive favour.
So you'd owe me one, yeah?
Yeah, I would.
Why? Take the going as normal. So you were saying?
I want a no-drama wedding, no boats, no exes. Has she got this place bugged?
I heard about Lisa being arrested.
Suppose Keanu sent you.
She's his daughter. Let him see her.
I told him. I don't want him being a part of her life.
It's not your decision to make. Lisa's the one who holds all the cards when it comes to Peggy.
I can handle Lisa.
The stuff you don't know about her.
Like what?
You need to hear it from Keanu.
No, I don't.
Yes, Phil. Believe me, you do.
Hi, darling. Everything is set up for the reception, so I thought I'd bring our present over. It's Darlington Crystal, so be careful with it. Oh, you might as well take it back, because there ain't going to be a wedding. What's he done? Acted like an idiot, without a fault for me, as usual. So I don't know why I'm surprised. He's hurt and disappointed me so much over these past couple of years. I still love him. Do you know, I look in the mirror and I see strength and determination. I don't suffer fools. I'm nothing like my mum, but time after time I'm blindsided by the men I love. So what does that say about me, eh?
Well, you believe in love. Why are you getting married anyway?
Oh, Elaine, if you're going to start...
No, you already live together, ain't that enough?
Oh, says the woman pushing 70, arranging her own wedding.
Excuse me, I am 66. Just. Anyway, none of that matters. Not age, not lovers, not even the bank balance. It's all numbers. And when I look at my reflection in the mirror, I see what you see. Just a much younger version.
Who are you trying to kid? You use those girls as a distraction.
That's right, Don. It's all smoke and mirrors. Listen, like it or not, Rock is your man. And yes, he's going to let you down. And yes, he's going to hurt you. But you've got to ask yourself, are there more good days than bad?
Oh, so I'm supposed to marry him because he only lets me down some at the time?
Yeah, added to the fact you love him and he's obviously still crazy about you. Go on, what's he done?
He gambled away our honeymoon.
He did what?
Ben, I didn't know you come in.
I wondered him if he messed up again.
Yeah, well, the wedding's off.
Was that all he's done? He's lost the honeymoon?
Oh, that was my dream honeymoon. I know, that's not all. It's me waking up every morning wondering how he's going to mess the day up.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you get on with it. But if you want my opinion...
no, I don't.
It's too bad. All you've got to do is ask yourself, do you still love him? And if you do us all a favour and get married. Ta-da!
Oh, he's never going to change, is he?
Probably not. But you were stupid enough to fall in love with him, so ask him, do you really want him to change? And whilst you're thinking, can you come outside?
What for?
Stop asking questions, we're out the front, please.
Oh.
Bobby, come on, let's go! Oh, here she comes.
Surprise!
Hey!
Lovely.
I didn't tell you this, but this wedding has kept Lexi going.
Oh, emotional blackmail, Ben. Really?
Well, you love the geezer, man. Make it legitimate.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, look, let's either go for a jolly up around town here, or we'll take you go get hit.
Well, I've got nothing better to do, have I?
Yay!
Right, well, hope those horses don't do their business on the way. I'm not turning up to my wedding, smelling of horse food.
Cynical me says tacky, but the romantic in me burning with jealousy. Not the only one.
I spoke to Phil and got your job back.
Really?
You can thank me with a kiss.
Sharon says this stuff. I didn't know about Lisa. Yeah, she tried to get some money out of me.
We knew that already.
She said that if I didn't get it to her, I wouldn't be able to see Peggy again.
Typical.
I suppose we had nothing. She decided to start nicking up with me. Well, yeah, looks like it. Yeah.
Keanu.
Listen, I want to take Peggy to the playground with her brother. Can I get her back in for dinner?
We're not here to arrange a play date. But you tell him or I will.
Sharon, no.
I'm going to tell you something, Phil. But you've got to remember that Peg is in the room, all right? Sharon.
What?
Lisa didn't steal your money. Keanu did.
That's what you told me. Women like honesty. They ain't too keen on idiots who gamble away arguments. Go on.
Flowers nice, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really nice.
I'm really glad you're here. It's very easy to lock yourself away, avoiding situations or places that might trigger memories. Did you know my friend Daniel? Actually, he was a lot more than a friend, but well, when he died, I thought that life would never be the same again. I thought that when Brian died too. And I was right both times. It's not. It's different. Sometimes good different. Sometimes bad.
Well, I don't know about different. It's definitely weird. See when me and Lola got married.
I don't think this whole marriage thing's for me, you know.
No? Why not?
I prefer a commitment ceremony on a beach. You know, sea at my feet, flowers in everyone's hair. Just pledging souls, no sense of weird ownership. It's not right.
Mate, she explaining stuff like that, she's just going to get committed.
Pledging souls, do me a favour. It's like the Queen Bee said. You just bung a ring on it and just open a joint account.
But that's really sad.
It's not sad, it's nice. You know.
The majority of marriages end up in divorce these days.
Write that on their garden, just you.
Do you know what I love most about weddings? Everyone's in a good mood, you know, everyone's happy. Yeah. Of course, all my mates from uni are now married and mortgages, kids.
Yeah, I just gotta call Eve and make sure the kids haven't got the better of her.
Any idea how happy I was to get that voicemail?
I had mine rage up. What?
It's just me and you, innit? I don't know.
Go on, just tell me.
It's more than just one day voicemail. It's years, isn't it, of battling feeling. You are in my heart stays. I can't help it. Like, everything we've been through, even when we've hurt each other. I can't look at you and I still see a chance for us. Because you're my stays.
Martin, you. Anything from Cathy?
Oh yeah. Callum just texted me actually. They're on their way. All good. So don't worry, mate. You and Cathy, you're meant to be together. Yeah.
We'll check it out there.
Not too late, am I? You haven't married her.
What are you doing here? How many times do I need to tell you? You, me, finished, over, end of.
That's just it. We're not. My solicitor called this been some sort of clerical error or something. We're not legally divorced.
Is this some sort of joke or something?
I'm serious. The divorce was never finalised. I'm still your wife. If you marry Cathy, you'll be a bigamist. Anyway, I thought you should know. I decided I did want to be Mrs. Cotton after all.
On iPlayer, press red now for rap sensation Bosco Champion out of prison and ready for a comeback. On BBC Three, it had its grips here, but what about Down Under? It's new, The Traitors, Australia. Here on BBC One next, Panorama reports from Westminster.
Power of Parker starts Friday the 28th of July on BBC One and iPlayer.
The best of women's football on the world's biggest stage. Only one thing is for certain, the fans will be out in force.
The FIFA Women's World Cup starts Thursday with New Zealand v Norway at 7:30 on BBC One and iPlayer.
For the last 4.5 billion years, our Earth has been transforming itself over and over again. Now, thanks to pioneering new science, we can explore our planet's story like never before.
Earth starts tonight at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer. Here, a new series of extraordinary portraits with Bill Bailey. That's in half an hour, but now Naga Manchetti with Panorama.
The Conservative MP accused of sex and drug allegations. A senior MP, a shadow minister, has been suspended.
The MP, Chris Pincher, is facing an 8-week suspension from
Parliament's reputation under fire. A second formal complaint has been made against the Labour MP, Gareth Davies, who is MPs regularly being accused of sexual harassment and bullying by both colleagues and staff. Is Westminster a safe place to work?
No, I don't think so.
The staff working late at night, I can't 100% guarantee their safety, and I'm their employer.
I think it's shameful. I'm embarrassed to even admit that this is what my workplace is like.
A new complaint system was put in place, but 5 years on, many campaigning to clean up the house say it's failing.
The process is complicated, long-winded, and isn't doing the job that it was set up to do.
In hindsight, I would not have gone through the process had I known they were going to do that to anyone.
Over the past year, we've spoken to dozens of people who say they've been victims of or witnesses to sexual harassment and bullying. They say there's a toxic environment in the Palace of Westminster.
He put his hand inside my coat and squeezed my bum.
I was sitting in the sofa in the office and just basically he completely lunged at me.
Everyone that works at Westminster knows someone has been sexually harassed by an MP or by someone else.
I've come to meet Charlotte Nichols, elected in 2019 as one of a handful of MPs under 30 years old.
My first few days in Westminster, I'd been sat down by some people that I knew before I got elected, and we'd gone for a drink. When we were sat there, someone came in and all of the staff sort of looked at each other and started kind of whispering. And I was a bit like, what's... And they were, oh, he's notorious for being a pervert. I've never been in a workplace where in my first week, other people who work there have reeled off a list of people that are, in their view, sexual predators and warned me to stay away from them. That's not normal.
How many people roughly are on your list of people to be aware of?
In terms of for sexual misconduct, harassment and so on, it's about 30. On a day-to-day level, I'm fine because you do have to get on with it. But there are days where the toxicity of that environment does just really, really get you down.
Can you imagine, within weeks of starting a new job, being given names of people to avoid in your workplace because they may sexually harass you? That's what's happened here in Westminster, where our laws are made.
Do I have a written list now? Does anybody hand you a list of people to avoid? No. Do we all have a mental list of colleagues that we'd rather not be left alone with? Yeah, absolutely.
had women confide in me that have been groped, that have been sexually assaulted. They've had somebody force their tongue in their mouth, stuff like that. Of course, it's a spectrum, but when you start putting things together, it's not a pretty picture at all.
The Palace of Westminster is a workplace like no other.
It's a crazy place to work. It's a big old Gothic building and it's huge, lots of corridors you get lost in. It's like Hogwarts, it really is. And you've got security guards running around with like white bow ties and ducktails, calling you sir while you open a door for you.
The ancient traditions often seem in conflict with modern working practices.
It's Black Rod. Open the door.
MPs can't be sacked, except if they lose an election or go to prison for more than a year. And the working hours. Votes sometimes go late into the night. It wasn't long before Charlotte Nichols encountered someone she'd been warned about. The Labour MP for Swansea West, Geraint Davies, who's been in the Commons for 20 years.
Geraint Davies was one of the first MPs that I was warned about on coming into Westminster. I had fairly studiously avoided him for most of my first year or so in Parliament. There was one evening after a very late vote that we had where I'd gone down to the cash machine to draw some cash out to get a taxi home at the end of the night. And on that corridor, there's no CCTV. It's not really widely used at that time of the evening, so it was quiet. And he came up behind me when I was at the cash machine, put his hand on the sort of back part of my waist and said, "I'm glad we get to go home now." At the end of the day, if people are getting away with some of the lower level behaviour, that person starts to feel like they're untouchable.
At least 4 more women have also made allegations against him, spanning years. This is the first time any of them have identified themselves.
The Labour MP Geraint Davies has been suspended from the party while it investigates claims of what it's called completely unacceptable behaviour.
But why did it take so long?
I knew about his reputation the week that I got to Parliament because I was warned about him. And it was done in an almost jokey way. Oh, that's just him, but just avoid him if you can. Everyone in the Labour Party knew about this man.
Lawyers for Geraint Davies say he totally denies the allegations of sexual harassment and that he's prevented by Labour Party rules from commenting to avoid prejudicing ongoing investigations and any future hearing.
I think it's common in all parties. Sexual harassment is very rarely about sex, it's almost always about power. And I think there is within Parliament a huge power imbalance.
There's an entitlement that exists, particularly in Westminster, where politicians are the first-class citizens and everyone else is second. The politicians are treated like gods almost.
Staff at Westminster can feel vulnerable. They're often on short-term contracts and there isn't much in terms of HR support. The 650 MPs here run their offices like small individual businesses. It can make it hard for young, ambitious people who want to work here to speak up publicly.
There are some people in that building that everyone knows is up to no good, but they're so powerful, there's nothing that can be done to stop them.
He would be like, I'm such a powerful man. People know, like, not to piss me off. So he kind of made you feel like he had a lot of power in the system.
Sexual harassment and exploitation of position is always worse in high status environments. So we saw it in the film industry, we're seeing it now, in politics, where there is a group of young people desperate to work in a field and a group of older, more powerful people. Yes, it's worse here for that reason.
The problem was supposed to have been sorted out long ago. Our main story, Labour has suspended a former shadow minister from the party because of an allegation of sexual harassment. 2017 was a watershed moment. Weeks of lurid headlines. One government minister resigned and one was sacked after allegations of sexual harassment. And 2 Labour MPs were suspended from their party following allegations of inappropriate messages and unwanted touching. Conservative MP Charlie Elphicke would later be jailed for sexual assault. Theresa May was forced to act.
I've written to all party leaders, inviting them to a meeting early next week so we can discuss a common, transparent, independent grievance procedure for all those working in Parliament.
5 years ago, the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme, the ICGS, was born, the first of its kind in the world.
Today, we can demonstrate our determination to put our house in order and to ensure that in the future, everyone will be treated with dignity and respect.
It will be a massive pleasure for me to no longer be the referral system for victims of violence in this building.
Jess Phillips used to work in a women's refuge and helped create the ICGS.
It did really feel as if there was a moment where it's like, actually, you're not going to get away with this anymore. You're going to be found out. You're going to be end up in the spotlight. And it felt for a little while we've, sort of breached the dam and it was going to come tumbling down.
But the allegations kept coming. This month, the former Deputy Chief Whip, Chris Pincher, was found to have groped 2 men at a private members' club. He was suspended from Parliament for 8 weeks.
Have you turned a blind eye to sleaze, Prime Minister?
Boris Johnson's failure to deal with this at the time triggered his downfall. He's reported to have said, if we took away the whip from everyone here who has pinched someone's bottom, we'll lose our majority. As well as Geraint Davis and Chris Pincher, there are at least 3 other MPs suspended from their parties. So is this complaints process working? Is it enough of a deterrent? To help me understand the system, I've met someone I'll call Oliver, who worked for the Scottish National Party in Parliament. He wants to be anonymous, worried this interview might affect his future career. His story began when he was approached by SNP MP Patrick Grady at a party event in a London pub. He was 19 at the time.
I was sitting on a couch in the pub speaking to some colleagues, and Patrick Grady came over and sat himself on the arm of the couch, the sofa that I was sitting on. And I felt something on my head, and I looked up and it was Patrick Grady touching my head and making a comment about my hair and how he wished he had hair. And he proceeded to put his hand down the back of my neck, so much so that my tie was pushing back on my neck and choking me a little bit. And he was touching my lower back as well. I think at that point was when I felt very uncomfortable with what was going on.
Had you raised it to anyone?
I had not raised it to anyone because I was scared of the repercussions of raising it. I didn't want any issues to be caused, given at this point I was new to the job.
Patrick Jordan Grady, Scottish National Party, 12,597.
After the election in 2017, Patrick Grady was promoted and became Oliver's immediate boss.
So when he was appointed for that role, that is the beginning of the problems for me.
I will continue to work for each and every constituent of Glasgow North to the best of my ability.
I had to turn up and take orders from him every day in a very small office with a very small team, despite him doing what he did to me. And he had never brought it up, he didn't apologise for it at the time. And I felt completely out of control at that point. I had no control of the situation.
Distressed, Oliver tried to get a new job and arranged to meet another MP in a Commons bar. There he says there was a second incident involving the SNP's Patricia Gibson.
When I walked into the Strangers Bar, Patricia Gibson was sitting on a bar stool at a high table by herself with a big glass of red wine, looking quite drunk. What followed was Patricia coming up to me and grabbing my arm. She was whispering in my ear to come home and shag me, was the words that she used. So I tried to move away from her, and she kept following me around the bar and grabbing my arm and keep repeating, come home and shag me.
After the second alleged incident, Oliver decided to begin complaints against both MPs. Step 1. He phoned the ICGS helpline and had an initial conversation. Step 2. Full investigations began. Staffers like Oliver who make complaints have a long interview on Zoom or in person. The investigator then speaks to the alleged perpetrator and others.
Start to interview witnesses and other people that you put forward of interest. Investigator getting in touch all of the time, every day on a daily basis, got quite stressful, and it then turned into this crazy long investigation. It should be a simple process. At some point through the investigation, you get back what other people have said. That includes the perpetrators, the complainants, the witnesses, and a lot of it was soul destroying. It crushed me. One of my colleagues at the time said I was a fantasist with a drink problem. It was a very bruising time, and I lost all self-confidence. I got very sick, very, very, very sick.
10 months after Oliver first made his complaints, the investigator finally completed her reports. Step 3. A result. The central allegation of sexual harassment against Patrick Grady was upheld. The investigator also upheld the allegation against Patricia Gibson, who denied it, but admitted she was too drunk to remember what had happened.
Delighted to see that. I thought, great, maybe this ICGS is actually good, like it will do what it says on the tin.
But the investigator's judgments were not final. Her reports must be passed to the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards, who reviews them. Step 4. Another result. The Commissioner upheld allegations in both cases.
I felt vindicated. And it was a bit relieving to get to the end of what was a really long and painful, stressful, traumatic process.
But Oliver's complaints were not finished yet. Now, step 5. An independent expert panel made up of 8 lawyers and employment specialists reviews the process and recommends any punishment.
At that point, Patricia Gibson got a lawyer, which isn't something I can afford as a staff member, and that lawyer managed to get the whole investigation overturned.
The panel said the way the investigation was carried out was inconsistent, procedurally unfair, and the wrong test for sexual misconduct was used. Patricia Gibson told Panorama that the panel had failed to record or weigh the evidence fairly and did not take into account representations she had made. She said she was grateful that the panel corrected the errors made in the original investigation and dismissed this complaint. But the original finding against Patrick Grady was confirmed. It had taken 14 months. The MP was suspended from the Commons for 2 days.
I couldn't believe it, the amount of time that I had put into this, the amount of effort and how much my life was consumed by this. For him to be suspended for 2 days.
The ICGS and Independent Expert Panel said that Patrick Grady had already faced a lot of hardship in the public already, and that was punishment enough.
I accept the findings of the Independent Expert Panel and the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards in full and without reservation. I apologise to the complainant without reservation for my behaviour and for the distress and upset it has caused him.
Patrick Grady didn't respond to Panorama. Oliver felt he could no longer work in the same building and resigned.
He's still an MP. He's also still getting his full MP salary and his expenses. And then there's me, where I've lost my job, my livelihood, something I've been doing since I left high school, all gone because I decided to make a complaint.
It really took its toll on me, mentally and physically, in my health. It wasn't actually sexual harassment that I found the most traumatic. It was the process I was going through.
The latest figures showed that there were 327 calls made to the ICGS helpline in the year to June 2022. 21 investigations were completed. Nearly half of those were upheld, a much higher figure than in previous years, but they took longer to complete. And those involving complaints against MPs took the longest, an average of 262 days. There's a common theme in many of these complaints: alcohol.
There's a big drinking culture in Westminster. Every night, the bars in Westminster are filled with MPs and staffers getting drunk.
There are more than a dozen places in the Palace of Westminster where you can buy alcohol, and more pubs nearby.
Any sensible person could look at it and go, there's a big factor in why untoward things happen in this place. But the flip side of that is, if you tried to shut the bars in here, nobody would support you.
Hello, it's Naga. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you. As part of my research for this programme, I spoke to a woman I'll call Holly. She's only prepared to talk to me anonymously because she still works in Parliament. She made a complaint to the ICGS alleging she'd been groped by a Conservative MP after they'd both been drinking.
It made me down, depressed. It was a very low period of my life. So I put in a complaint to the ICGS.
Holly felt she was on trial.
I had to defend myself constantly. There's been stuff to do with my reputation and background to essentially assassinate my character. None of this I could challenge. It's made to look as if it's designed to support victims, but I think when you have to go through it and when you realise how hard it is, it makes it very clear that it's designed to support MPs more than it's designed to support the victim.
Do you wish you hadn't put the complaint in?
Yes, I do wish I hadn't put the complaint in. It was a waste of my time and of my nerves. It was a huge, huge hit to my mental health. The whole process made me feel more traumatised than what had actually happened.
We as Parliament should be working to make a complaints process that doesn't re-traumatise the victims, that is as swift as it can be. You don't want to be reliving your experience time and time again. I think that can be incredibly painful and difficult for victims. We need to have a system that supports victims, that believes victims, that doesn't blame and shame them. The ICGS needs to either have more teeth or something else tried, because it hasn't worked.
There's another reason why people using the system can feel burnt by it. This is David Barker, now a Labour councillor in Birmingham. He spent nearly 2 years going through a successful bullying complaint against his boss, MP Liam Byrne. The ICGS sent David an evidence bundle containing information from both parties, including witness statements from named people who still work for the MP.
I wasn't reading evidence, I was reading my friend's statements, talking about what we were up to during this period. And then in a split second, I realised that they had sent the same unredacted evidence to the MP.
It wasn't only witness statements, there were also sick notes containing private medical information.
They disclosed my medical notes, and to this day, I don't understand why they did that. But there was no need to share pages of medical notes of a GP describing what I'd said to them, about how I felt, about how vulnerable I was, about my life, how I was living, any concerns they had for me, for my mental health. I really worried that this huge violation had happened and they hadn't thought twice about it.
Good evening. An investigation has found the Labour Birmingham Hodge Hill MP Liam Byrne breached parliamentary rules over bullying in relation to a junior member of his staff.
Liam Byrne was sanctioned, 2 days suspension from Parliament. After one of the ICGS's longest cases, David was finally able to get his life back.
I was locked into this ridiculous process for 2 years that was worse than what I complained about in the first place.
Liam Byrne told Panorama he deeply regrets both the breach of the code and the distress that this caused, for which he is profoundly sorry. He also said the release of witnesses' statements without their foreknowledge demonstrated a distressing lack of care, but that he hadn't received David's full medical records. The The ICGS says it's only fair that both parties see all the evidence, but accepts a mistake was made. It has apologised to David and says additional safeguards have been put in place.
The only thing that really I thought I got from it was that I was able to clear my name. And that I can't play how much that meant after, you know, close to 2 years.
From all that I've heard, it's little wonder that some people don't want to go through the process. And that even includes some MPs who say they've been harassed by their own colleagues. You decided not to report the incident with Geraint Davis to the ICGS.
The main issue with it is the amount of time that it takes to resolve these sorts of cases, which can often be years rather than weeks or months. The person that you've complained about can carry on doing whatever they're doing right up until the final report. Alongside the time that it takes to resolve these cases is actually the lack of effective sanctions.
The ICGS says 260 people had been held to account since its formation, and the process aimed to be fair, thorough, independent, and efficient. The number of investigators has risen to 32, but some delays were outside its control, noting a higher level of sickness absence in MPs' cases. In a recent survey, nearly 2/3 of staff said they thought sexual harassment and bullying were taken seriously by the House, and almost all recommendations from a recent review had been implemented. It says it's committed to ensuring that lasting cultural change can be achieved, with all parties working together to ensure that Parliament is a workplace where everyone feels safe and valued. It accepts the impact that making complaints can have, and says, if the model is to change, it is incumbent upon MPs to make this happen. Ready? We wanted to ask a senior figure about the toxic culture at Westminster and how it could be put right. We wrote to Sir Lindsay Hoyle, Speaker of the House, who oversees parliamentary discipline, and Penny Mordaunt, Leader of the House, whose predecessor created the ICGS, and the Chair of the Expert Panel, and the Parliamentary Commission for Standards, and the ICGS Director. None of them would speak to us on the record.
Parliament is setting the laws for everywhere else. If we can't uphold the standards that we're expecting other workplaces to do, how do we have any legitimacy or credibility?
Do you feel you've been damaged?
Yes.
How?
I think being in that environment, particularly if you have experienced it and running up against the same brick walls constantly, and there's not a sense of kind of hope or optimism from me that things are going to change.
There's a real sense of powerlessness. I don't know how to make this better, because I can't say to the person that things will get better, because in my experience they don't. It's usually talented people are forced out of Westminster, are forced out of politics.
Since filming, Mari Black has decided she no longer wants to be an MP, citing the outdated, sexist and toxic environment of Westminster as a reason.
Members of Parliament shouldn't be trying to have sexual relationships with their staff. They should be trying to represent their constituents. They should be going into Westminster to get drunk and to say inappropriate things to young members of staff. They should be there to make speeches and vote.
I think Parliament needs to be strong enough to change it. I think the political parties need to have a zero tolerance approach to sexual harassment, to bullying, to intimidation, to the cultures that have allowed that to carry on for way, way too long.
Details of organisations offering information and support with bullying and sexual abuse you can find on the Action Line pages of the BBC website.
I've worked in hospitality for over 30 years.
Check on 2 colours, 2 sets, 2 colour, 2 cards.
Join me as I go behind the scenes.
This is where the magic happens.
To discover hospitality.
Lady Ross.
Sight to see, I love it. That is out of this world. You're amazing.
Oh, thanks. This is a roller coaster of emotions that you never get off.
The Hidden Worlds of Hospitality with Tom Kerridge starts Thursday, 27th of July on BBC Two and iPlayer.
You've changed everything for me. Come on, that's not true. I love talking to you, Anne.
Well, I love talking to you too.
Peter Anthony Scott Farr, can we be betrothed?
He's asked me to marry him, and I'm going to say yes. What's that?
Ben lived with him and Peter got ill.
Help me, please.
And then Ben lived with my aunt and she got ill. I think I need to talk to the police.
Ben's a weird man. That's all they've got. I think I'll get away with most of it.
The Sixth Commandment starts tonight at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
A story that played with hearts and minds. New drama in half an hour. New now. Inspirational, emotional, extraordinary portraits.
I'm Bill. You may know me as comedian, musician, and sometimes dancer. But you might not know one of my great loves is art. I particularly love sketching wildlife. And now I want to give some amazing people a unique experience by celebrating their life through art. We've honoured them, we've clapped for them, my own mum and dad were part of them. I'm talking about the amazing people of the NHS. And to mark the 75th anniversary of our health service, I'm bringing together some inspirational NHS workers.
We admit 2 stabbings a day, 2 shootings a week. I go home and I would just cry.
A man jumped from the 3rd floor and landed headfirst onto my back.
I'm getting emotional, guys. I'm so sorry.
With some of the most talented artists from across the country.
Yes, I come
Peter Anthony Scott Farr, can we be betrothed?
Ben lived with him and Peter got ill. And then Ben lived with my aunt and she got ill. I think I need to talk to the police.
The Sixth Commandment starts tonight at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
6 up-and-coming MCs battle it out. I didn't come here to lose. Prove their ability and intimidate their competition. It's all out there. Bro, like, you took an L when you forgot your own bars. This is the rap game, bro. Like, you can't be making a kind of mistake.
Yeah, hold them back. This is the intro to my life, how I prosper.
This bar is higher than ever.
We're back here in the UK. Before the next series starts, press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
For the last 4.5 billion years, our Earth has been transforming itself over and over again. Now, thanks to pioneering new science, we can explore our planet's story like never before. Earth starts tonight at 9 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
Control. This is Delta 7. 2 shots fired, weapon neutralized. Ambulance required. Female with head wound. Conscious and breathing.
I thought you were dead.
Don't call Shuttleworth just yet.
So this is set the full account. Please feel free to call me if you want to go over anything.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's my mother. I'll be back in a minute. Mom, you shouldn't be here.
I thought you were in trouble.
Oh, well, I am, but I'm going to have something important.
But this is important. Anyway, the thing is, you were right. Elaine has got depression.
You haven't said anything to her.
Of course I have. This is far too serious to be able to sweep it under the carpet. Come on.
But I know that, but I didn't want her to think that I've been talking about it with you.
Well, I'm not telling your mother. Who else are you going to talk to? Anyway, the thing is, I think it would be a very good idea to try and invest more time with her. I mean, you're here all the time, and she's spending far too much time overthinking things.
What kind of thing? Is she having second thoughts about us?
Oh, no, of course not. And do you know, I think it might be a good idea if you could show her how much you appreciate her.
Well, you're right. And, thanks for the tip-off.
You're going to make her the most wonderful husband, I guarantee. All right. Thanks, sweetheart.
Where's he gone?
He's just popped to the loo to compose himself. He got all upset about his mother.
Oh, sorry. It's probably my fault.
I feel really sorry for him, actually. You know, as if it's not bad enough that he's just lost his mum, but now his dad's lost his house. He's got to move in with him. But because her life insurance won't pay out.
Why on earth not?
Well, apparently, if it's suicide, there's a 12-month waiting period. I know. Honestly, the moral of the story, always check the small print.
So do you always walk around wearing that vest?
No, I thought it might come in handy today.
And it doesn't hurt?
Say that, I think it's crack you.
Yeah, well, the sergeant's going to wring your neck.
Yes, fine.
What were you thinking, wading in without backup?
I thought I had it under control.
2 shots fired and we suspect we could push him. Doesn't sound like control to me. If he hadn't waded in, I'd be dead. Mrs. Eve, you've managed to keep this one alive.
Hey.
She's taking out on you because of me, I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault, not yours, all of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not cut out for this line of work.
Freshman, I don't know about this. You just keep your finger on the pulse, Steph. Fresco selling off units is something that should be on your radar.
Yeah, I read about them concentrating their business around their flagships and they don't need small stores anymore.
You know this stuff.
So you're thinking about buying these units? A bit risky, no?
Risk is a word people use when they're afraid, and I'm never afraid.
No, of course not. So tell me, you're looking for partners?
Not partners, no, but investors, yeah.
Okay, and the risk of seeming forward. What about me?
Don't take this the wrong way, but if I said yes, would you be able to get your hands on that kind of capital immediately?
Well, obviously, I'd have to check finances. I'd have to.
Either you do or you don't. Adi, you know your dad's business better than anyone. What do you reckon?
Not immediately, no. And please look, obviously, I need to move some money around, Darren.
So, it's just about numbers, and you don't have them.
Yes, but
it's a no. Sorry. However, there is one thing you guys might be able to help me with.
Name it.
I'm looking for someone to help take care of the day-to-day stuff when I work on this deal.
Me?
Well, I see great potential in you. And I can't promise the work will always be exciting, but how do you fancy being my right-hand man?
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Great news. I'm really late. About 2 o'clock. This should cover lunch. I'll see you tomorrow. 9 o'clock sharp.
I'll be there. We're the big boys now.
Hey, sweetie. I'm so sorry. Hey, wait. Is this about lunch?
Not just lunch.
Oh, what's wrong?
Stephen, are you happy?
Happy? What do you mean?
I don't think I'd have to define happy. Are you fulfilled with your life, with me?
Of course.
Well, I'm not.
I don't understand.
How could I be? You're never around. You're always in meetings. And even when you're here, you're not really here. Your mind isn't here. Well, if you're so happy, why do you always act as if there's somewhere else you'd rather be?
If I've been inattentive, I'm sorry. But of course, I'm happy. I love you. I want to marry you.
Well, that's another thing.
The wedding?
I think we should call it off.
I need some air.
Sure. Is that all? Yeah. No, this is just a scratch. I'm waiting for the nod and then I can come back home.
You know, I really thought it was the last time I'd seen you.
Well, I'm fine.
Yeah, no thanks to you.
What are you on about? I'd be dead if it wasn't for Spider.
If it wasn't for Spider, that psycho wouldn't have come after you.
You know, I can't believe you, of all people, would victim blame like that.
What's that supposed to mean?
After everything that happened with Harvey. Spider wasn't to blame for what Maggie did, just like you weren't to blame for what Harvey did.
Sorry, Lee.
I'm just going to go and call Nick.
She can be so judgy.
I think she's bang on the money.
How?
First Max, oh yeah, now you. People keep getting hurt.
You can't blame yourself.
Well, I do. I mean, what does me doing this job even achieve? Maybe I need to think about what really matters. It's massage. Time to face the music.
And less leaves this time. If I'd wanted leaves, I'd buy a hedge.
I remember. There you go.
Beautiful. Grazie.
You're welcome. I must say you seem to be in good spirits.
Why shouldn't I be?
Oh, it's just when Brian said he needed to talk to you, I thought it might be some bad news.
Very.
What kind of bad news?
Well, he said he had a pest in his flat that he couldn't get rid of.
A pest?
I had told Mary. I thought there might be a mouse, but I think I was mistaken.
Still, is it worth the risk, Isabella? Wouldn't you be more comfortable in alternative lodgings? Like your own apartment?
I'm not frightened of a mouse, but I would like to go away again on another trip. Maybe the Peak District?
Ah, lovely. Although I think we need to get some more appropriate footwear. Those little heels you're wearing would meet their match with Kinderscout.
Oh, yes, a sturdy pair of hiking boots is imperative. We wouldn't want you having an accident. Mr. Reed, how can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for something that says sorry.
Oh, never fear. Here at Preston's Petals, we can make all your relationship problems disappear.
Look, I'm so glad you're safe.
How's Sam?
He's at his grand's. It's tricky.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll speak to him.
What are you going to say? You know, it won't happen again?
Yeah.
Sorry. Let's talk about this tomorrow.
Talk about what?
It doesn't matter.
Lee, what's going on?
Well, we were just saying that...
Okay, Spider, I don't blame you. You're not responsible for what she did.
Well, thanks.
But you brought danger into our home.
Yeah, I get it.
No, I don't. What about Harvey? Damon?
Okay, I made mistakes. I'll hold my hand up. I won't make them again. But this is Spider's job. He's always going to have enemies. It's only a matter of time before the next Maggie comes knocking at the door.
So what are you saying?
Well, we were both talking, and well, we both think it's probably for the best if Spider doesn't come round anymore.
So you're saying that I can't have guests? I live here.
Yeah, look, we don't want to fall out. This is about Sam's safety, okay? And this is my decision, not Leanne's.
He's right.
Okay, fine. Look, it doesn't matter anyway.
Why not?
Well, because Spider's thinking of quitting the place.
You are?
No, I'm not.
Who's in the doghouse this week? Argos sponsors Coronation Street.
Welcome to the
is the National Lottery Draw. Tonight,
You drop this. Thank you.
there it is.
What's wrong? We've won and I've lost the ticket.
This ticket? We won.
You alright? Have you got your club card?
Club card accepted.
Have you got any plans later? Receipt?
Win at staying in and Boss working from home. Get BT broadband, even at ultra reliable full fibre, for $29.99 a month with no upfront costs on a 24-month contract. Plus a £20 money back speed guarantee. Offer ends 27th of July. Switch to BT today and win at staying in.
Alien Goddess, the new Supra Floral perfume, Mugler.
Spring into your day with our expertly designed Emma Sleep products. Just choose the ideal combination for your sleep at emma-sleep.co.uk.
It's taken me decades to know this body. Laughter lines, grey hairs, and whilst you might not remember me or the chickenpox rash I caused long ago, I'm still here, ready to reappear, this time as shingles.
9 out of 10 adults in the UK have had chickenpox and therefore are at risk of shingles. So get to know shingles, as it's highly likely the virus that causes it knows you.
Get the KFC double dinner deal for just $6.99. Do the deal until the 23rd of July. Only at KFC.
Play on the go with the National Lottery app.
Ready to change your hair colour for good? Garnier Good, our new generation of permanent hair colour. 90% natural origin kit. No ammonia. Apply like a hair mask. No drip. Feels good. Glossy colour. Greys are gone. Visibly healthy looking hair. Feel good that shows. Change your hair colour for good. By Garnier, naturally.
I know a guy that probably would.
What,
Pay
pay for all of this now? And that's it, £150 towards our dinner and drink. Do you ever feel guilty? No.
Big drinks. Olivia Atwood getting filthy rich. Stream the full series now on ITVX. Betty's Hot Pot. Argos sponsors Coronation Street.
The way you were talking, it sounded like what had happened had made you take stock.
It did. It made me realise the world's a dangerous place.
Yeah, I know, I've got the scars to prove it, which is why you need to quit.
No, that's why I can't.
What kind of logic is that?
Maggie's in custody, so's Griff. Every day, what I do makes the world just that little bit safer.
There are millions of criminals out there. You can't catch them all.
No, but I can make a difference.
A tiny difference.
Thanks very much.
I'm sorry, but it's true. What happened to the spider who thought that he could improve things by grassroots action?
I haven't changed. I still believe one person can make a stand and make the world a better place. I just changed hats. I don't get it. Why did you agree to marry me if you don't understand all this?
That was before I got kidnapped.
And you got shot. Do you love me?
Of course I do.
Okay, so make our world a better place. Yours and mine.
Hi. Is Lauren about?
Upstairs on the phone to her dad.
All right. Bye. I'll just be through here if you need me.
So is that your dad then?
Yeah.
Look, I know he's your dad, and it's not easy to cut ties, is it?
Told him I'm not going to the sentencing tomorrow.
Right. Wow. What did he say?
Not much. You were pretty angry.
No, I'm sorry. Must have been hard.
Yeah. But you're right.
It'll be okay. Hmm?
I love him. But he's the reason my life's the mess it is, so my dad, but I'm better off without him. At least I've got you. Right, which one of you two is going to help me make tea? Lauren? Yeah. Hey, and if you do a good job, I might even let you help with the washing up as well.
He's a bottle merchant.
I am not.
What would you call it then?
Compassion, sympathy. She has got feelings, you know.
She told me if looks could kill, I'd be the bubonic plague.
Well, you do have a rather withering glare.
Who are we on about here? Who do you think, Isabella, or as I like to call it, is a
She's not quite taste.
like strychnine?
No, but I'm all she's got. I will speak to her, but I just need to find the right moment.
Starting tomorrow? You must have really impressed him on that golf course.
Yeah.
Golf, another excuse for men to chase a ball around the field. What is it with you guys and your little balls, eh? Anyway, what's he like, this Darren bloke? Gonna be a good boss?
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about, but I won't want to get on the wrong side of it.
Oh, evening all. Same again.
Oh, yes, please.
Adi and. Hey, Jen, can I have the same again for this lot? But Adi's on tap water.
I get a lemonade. I've got bills to pay.
Perfect. So I want it to be lemon fresh for tomorrow because tomorrow, my son, is make or break. It's just a job. No, it's more than that.
How?
Well, I've been thinking about Darren's project.
What about it?
I know he says he doesn't want my investment, but if I get the cash together, he can hardly say no, can he?
How? I mean, even if you sold the shop, you won't have enough.
And when I've got a quick look at the books, and if I remortgage everything, the shop, the kebab shop, the chippy, I mean everything, then I might just have enough.
It's a lot of debt.
Yeah. But worth it in the long run. Listen, don't be worried about that. You've got another mission.
Which is?
You become Darren's main man. Okay, you keep him sweet, you talk me up. And by the time I get the cash together, he's going to be begging to come into business with us.
I'll see what I can do.
Aren't you going to say anything?
It's a lot to think about.
Is it?
You're asking me to choose between my career and you.
Here's me thinking that'd be an easy one.
Maybe if I had a different job.
Or if you loved me more.
That's rubbish. I couldn't love you anymore.
Then the decision should be simple.
It's not like I'm stacking shelves in a supermarket.
There's nothing wrong with honest work. That's what you used to tell me.
Yeah, and I still believe that. But I've also always wanted to make an impact, and I've finally found a way I can do that.
And that's more important than us.
Well, for the needs of the many and all that.
Okay, so I'm just on the wrong side of an equation.
Toya, don't make me choose.
Okay. Okay, I'll choose for you. If you don't love me enough to put us before your career, then there's no point us carrying on.
Hey,
Hello?
I'm sorry I flaked out on you.
Oh, it's appropriate. I say you're never here and your answer is to walk out the door.
You were talking about breaking off our engagement. I didn't expect it.
I suppose it's a lot to take. But I do feel that you'd rather be married to the factory than me.
If you're asking me if I choose between you and my job, I'll choose you every day of the week.
You say these things, but they're just words. You never follow through. You messed me about over lunch today, and you belittle me.
Jeff really did a number on you, didn't he?
What's Jeff got to do with it?
Listen, just because a man is ratty, it doesn't make him a bully, like Jeff. And I know I was a jerk the other day, and I'm sorry, but I would never undermine you like he did.
Intentional or not, it still hurts.
I know, and I'm sorry. You've got to believe me.
Okay, say we give it more time. What if we find ourselves 6 months from now and nothing's changed?
Then we gave it our best shot. We owe ourselves at least that. Let's go away for a couple of days. Try to get that spark back.
What good would that do?
It would allow me to focus all my energies on you, show you what you mean to me.
And then when we get home, back to the day-to-day?
I'll get the ball rolling on retirement. It's overdue. I promise I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, it would be nice to get away.
Exactly. Just you and me. Long walks, romantic dinners by a roaring fire.
Where?
The peaks. I've heard they're beautiful. I've never been.
Okay.
You won't regret it.
Please, Toya, don't throw this away.
I don't want to. But I need to be with someone who doesn't think twice about putting me first.
I'm sorry, I can't give it to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry too.
I guess this is it. I should go. When I came back and I saw you, I thought I was getting a second chance at happiness.
You were.
There we go. It's all booked.
It does look beautiful.
Yeah, it's going to look even more beautiful from the top of Kinder Scout.
Well, I suppose I'd better go and pack.
Hey, thank you for giving me another chance. I'm going to grab it with both hands. Oh, honey, don't forget your hiking boots. Those hills can be treacherous.
Oh, okay.
For comedy, with Bite, a junior doctor, a vampire, and one major identity crisis. That's all in Count Abdullah, new and streaming now on ITVX. New next tonight here on ITV1, it's Long Lost Family. Argos sponsors Coronation Street.
I mean, what else can I tell you about myself? I'm very, very intelligent. I've travelled all around the world, spent about 3 months in India, just on this rooftop doing yoga.
With more choice than any other supermarket, there's an Ocado just for you.
I was just talking to a lady, right, and she's like, give me $30 for fucking petrol, for gas. And she'd come and see me. But I'll tell you what, right, I'm not paying nothing. Not a penny. You got to be careful on the internet. People will keep on begging all the time. I'm going out shopping at a minute. Get some Pringles, yeah, Pringles, and some tea bags, and some milk, some rolls, I don't know what else I'll get. I'll get some crisps, probably, maybe. I don't know yet, I'm not sure. I'll probably go to bed about midnight, I reckon. And I might sit outside for a little while. See the stars and all that. Oh yeah, a little bit of tea. That tea's got a fruity taste to it. It's a bit weird. But that's all right, I'll get some more tea in a minute. I'll take some paracetamols. Just so I can get up and shop nice and not worry about any pain or anything. There's one. There's two. That's that gone. Oh yeah. I don't need a doctor. I wish my mum never went to Desborough House and got me sectioned. That was the worst thing that ever happened in my life. Oh, I'm shattered. Oh. Let me just go on YouTube and see how long I've been live on YouTube. Let's have a look. Oh, 3 hours and 14 minutes. I've been live for 3 hours and 14 minutes on YouTube. That's crazy. And on Facebook, it must be a new Facebook, because that's only 1 hour and 38 minutes. Yeah, I've just seen a lovely lady, but she wants £30 bloody petrol. She's probably not even in this country. She asked for dollars, $30, which means she's probably in America. She won't come to my house. Oh.
I wouldn't have been able to have given him up. I can just remember seeing this little bundle with lots of black hair, and that was the last time I saw him.
A few months later, Caroline was notified that he was being placed with a potential adoptive family.
I was so pleased. This meant that he was on his way to having a great life, I hope. My coping mechanism was to pretend it hadn't happened to me, and I think I've used that to protect my sanity and my life from hurting so much.
It wasn't until 20 years later, when Caroline had her twins, that the feelings for Simon all came back.
To just hold him once would be nice, because to hold your baby for the first time is so special. Sorry.
Caroline's husband, David, has always known about Simon, but their twins, Tom and Amy, didn't know.
When my daughter became pregnant at the age of 17, I thought that was a bombshell, so I just added to it. So what did you think about when I told you about Simon?
Strange that we've got an older brother out there.
I was very shocked.
Does it make you think any differently of me?
No. We still love you.
Don't make me cry.
4 years after Caroline's daughter Amy gave birth to Bella, she had a son, Brody.
Ready for a set? Ready?
But tragically, a few months later, Amy's partner Jake was killed in a car accident.
Watching Amy cope the way she has made me think even more of Simon. I would love to find Simon and make sure that he's had a happy life. It will put me at peace.
When we took on Caroline's search, she was able to give us her son's original birth certificate, which listed the name she'd given him, Simon Brown. Our specialist intermediaries applied for his post-adoption name and discovered that Simon's name had changed to Thomas McPhail. It's an unusual surname, so the specialist research team scanned databases and came up with a match. Thomas, now known as Tom, was living in Somerset, not far from where he grew up. When she gave birth to Simon 43 years ago, Caroline hoped that she'd done the right thing. Well, I'm on my way to meet Simon, now called Tom, to find out what his life has been like, whether he knew he was adopted, and if he knew anything at all about his birth mother. Hello, Tom, how you doing?
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You too.
Come in.
Really good to meet you. So how are you feeling about this?
Excited, I think. Bit apprehensive.
So tell me about your life, your own family now.
So we've been married for 9 years. 2 boys, Harris who's 8, Bern who's almost 3. Yeah, they keep us busy.
You've always known you were adopted?
I can't remember not knowing. Yeah, always known.
So what was it like finding out that your birth mother, Caroline, was looking for you?
It was pretty overwhelming. It's nice to know that she's reaching out because it takes away the element of potential rejection.
Is it something you've wanted to do?
Yeah, I'd always thought I would wait until my parents had passed away because that's just what felt right.
Yeah. But Caroline just wants to know that you're okay. And she felt adoptive parents had to go through so many hoops in the process. And if they want it so bad, they're going to be so good as parents.
Yeah, they've been amazing. You know, they've given me so many opportunities and experiences. She made a good choice, I think. Depends what her situation was, but...
So you were born in Epping. She moved there when she was 18 to work in her brother's shop. He was a hockey expert. He'd actually coached the England hockey team a couple of times.
Oh, right. Wow.
Yeah. And she played hockey in a mixed team every weekend. Very sporty. Are you sporty?
I played sport when I was younger.
What games?
Rugby. Played quite a bit of hockey. I'm more into cycling now, but it's still sporty.
So then she became involved with your birth father, and she found that she was pregnant. Went to him and said, look, this is the situation, and he felt he wasn't ready. She was 20 when she had you.
Okay, wow.
She made the really tough decision to have you adopted. She wanted you to have a mum and a dad. She couldn't give you the life that she wanted to. But she thought about you every day.
That's like... I just can't comprehend how someone can be like strong enough to make that decision. That is a selflessness, I think. It's amazing. It's almost committing them to a lifetime of angst.
And when she had you, she only saw you twice. She said to the nurses that she didn't want to hold you because if she had done so, she would have perhaps changed her mind. And she had to be resolute and strong.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone survives that, really. And then carries on. Has she had any more?
Yes, she's got the twins.
Oh, wow. How old are they?
23.
Yeah.
Tom.
You're joking.
And Amy.
That's really coincidental, isn't it? Very strange. Cosmic, some people might say. Are they in the UK?
Yeah, they live near your birth mother in Wisbech, yeah.
Have you got a photo?
Yeah.
Wow. That's really surreal, seeing her. She looks kind. Yeah, looking forward to meeting her.
Our next searcher spent his early life believing that no one was missing from it. But as we so often find with these searches, one piece of paper can throw everything into question.
I had no idea whatsoever that my mother had secrets. No. She took this to her grave. She told nobody, not even my father.
"57-year-old Paul McFarlane has lived in the Netherlands for 36 years. He and his husband, also called Paul, have come to the UK to visit Paul's childhood home.
Everyone was always running around here playing, knocking on doors and running away. Yeah. Lots of happy memories. Absolutely. Happy memories. Happy memories.
Paul grew up an only child with his father Alan and mother Ada.
She used to sing songs to me. You Are My Sunshine. So I can't listen to that song without listening to tears.
But at age 9, tragedy struck Paul's family.
I heard all this commotion, and a couple of hours later, my father took me by my hand and said to me, "Your mum has died." She had a heart attack. She actually died here. Yeah. I missed her. I missed her a lot.
6 years after his mother's sudden death, Paul received another shock when he saw his birth certificate for the first time.
Alan McFarlane is my father, and then suddenly I saw my mother's name was different. Ada Irene Leadbitter, and I thought, that's strange, Leadbitter. Formerly Hewitt, that's my mother's maiden name. And that's when I started asking questions. Where's the McFarlane name here? Who is this person? Who is Leadbitter? So I confronted my father about it, and he said, "Oh, your mum was married before. Her ex-husband had hit her a few times, and that's the reason that she'd left." My father wanted to marry my mother, but she couldn't because she was still married. I asked my father a lot of questions. All he said was, "Your mum came from London." He didn't know more about her family. Just a complete mystery.
For decades, Ada's life before Paul was born remained a secret. But today, Paul is in London to meet a cousin who unexpectedly entered his life 4 years ago after he took a DNA test.
Results came back, and I had a match with Hewitt, and that was like, oh, wow, after all these years, there's a link with me and my mother's family. Hey, Tony.
Oh, hi. Hey, I had to get a kiss.
Paul and Tony Hewitt are first cousins. The first time they met, Tony told Paul about how his aunt, Paul's mother Ada, lost contact with the family in the 1960s.
So this is a photo of my parents' wedding. This is the only photo we have of Ada. This is your mum.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Very sad that your mother disappeared from the family after this happy day.
But before Ada vanished, the wider Hewitt family did hear rumours that Ada had had 2 babies, one called Beverly and the other unknown, information which Tony shared with Paul.
So the first time he told me about my half sibling, I decided to do some research. Beverly Ann was my half sister, adopted. So I had confirmation that she did exist, my half sister.
What about the second child? Have you found anything else about that?
Well, I guessed it was London, where he or she was born.
Yes.
And I got a match with Stephen. And it was in 1957. And suddenly I had a sister and a brother.
Yes.
So there was a lot to take in as well. I walked around with the birth certificate for about a week in my hand, and every time I just looked at the certificate, it was just disbelief. After 53 and a half years, thinking I was the only child, and then finding out that I've got two siblings was a lot to take in.
Yes.
I was a little bit angry with my mum in the beginning because I thought, why did you not say anything, tell anyone? I couldn't understand why she would give the children up, because she was a great mother to me. I would never get my head around that.
Fascinating discoveries. Ancestry sponsors real-life stories on ITV. Ready to change your hair colour for good? Garnier Good, our new generation of permanent hair colour. 90% natural origin kit. No ammonia. Apply like a hair mask. No drip. Feels good. Glossy colour. Greys are gone. Visibly healthy looking hair. Feel good that shows. Change your hair colour for good. By Garnier, naturally.
Selected Tesco Fire Pit products are now 2 for £8 with your club card or app. That's dinner sorted.
Why stumble when you can soar? Get the fastest Wi-Fi guarantee of any major provider. Virgin Media. See what you can do.
I wonder what you would do if you had the power to dream any dream you wanted to dream. You would, I suppose, start out.
I just walked up the shop. And the fucking shop's shut. Due to sickness, they shut at 6 o'clock. That's fucking great, isn't it? Oh. 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 Oh, what? I'm busy. Oh. 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 Fucking shop. I can't read the shop. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. Turn my phone off. Turn it back on again. Oh. Oh. I'll have to use Uber Eats. That means someone will get my shopping for me and bring it to my door. But I'll have to pay. I was using Deliveroo, but they lied to me. They said my order arrived, but it never did. Oh. 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 Come on, Uber Eats. Fucking hell, what's the matter with you? Oh. Come on. Fucking hell. Just eat. Oh. Oh, what's going on? It must be the internet. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh, great. Oh. The internet's pretty shit. I think what I'll do is I'll go and get rid of the internet. Wi-Fi. Oh, the one, it's off, that's why. I'll put it on. Yeah, now it'll work. Ooh, so use Uber Eats or what? I mean, yeah, let's go for Uber Eats. Yep, that's it. Yeah. Oh, tea bags. PG. West End. Oh my God, that's crazy. Oh, forget PG. Fucking hell. £7 fucking. That's dear as fuck. Exactly. I got some bananas as well. Pringles. Well, that's $2.77. That's crazy. They're only £2 in the carp shop. Milk. Uh, uh, um, I've got tea. Cake. Cake. I want a cake. Walnut cake. Jaffa cakes. Yeah, I'll get Jaffa cakes. 9.90p, yeah. Coffee. Nescafe. Fucking hell, dear as fuck. £7, £8. Fuck that. I think I'll have a latte. That's £1.23. One of them. Crisps. Multi-pack. Should I get a multi-packet? Let's have a look what we got. Discos. Frazzles. Skips. Walker's Crisp, £5.97. We're joking there. I think I'll go back to the beginning. And I'll have discos. Yeah, discos. Discos. I'm going to have a disco. Sweets. Chocolate. No, hang on, what are they called? I'll see what chocolate is. Rebels. Rebels, here we go. £3.8. Go on then. Your basket. £16.84. Is that all? Oh, should I get some soup then? Pot noodles. Pot noodle. Pot noodle. I've got £1.11. Piri chicken. Oh, really? Let's have some of that. Two of those. Two of those. I know what I do. I know what I do. Microwave meals. That's not good. Shepherd's pie. Cottage pie. Oh, no. Indian chicken korma, £9.84. You're fucking joking. Spaghetti bolognese, £2.20. That's not bad. Weight Watchers. Spaghetti bolognese. I want them. Yeah. £8 for cottage pie. That's fucking dear as fuck. Frozen spaghetti carbonara ready meal. Sweet and sour chicken, £2.15. Asda chicken, yeah, I'll have some of that, yeah. Yeah, I'll have some of that. Oh, two of those. Two of those. Yeah. And I think I'll have I'll have one of them or not. Let's go to the basket and have a look. £33. Whoa. £32. Oh, I forget that. Oh, one more thing. I'll take one more thing off. As the beef lasagna. As the chicken and bacon sausage. I've got crisps. £31. Um, oh. Oh, that'll do. Go to checkout. Tomorrow? You're joking, yeah? Oh, that's no good, is it? £4.29 delivery. Oh, fuck all this shit. That's open till 9:30. West End. Well, that's no good, is it? I've got my dad on there. That's great. I'm just removing everything now. Rebels. I'll be at the co-op shop in the morning. See these, right? I've got these £10 each, right? They're £43.80 on here. £43. That's fucking dear as fuck. Oh, well.
She wants to meet me.
That's great news.
At last.
Oh, fantastic.
Just a day after learning more about Beverly, Paul is meeting his sister for the first time.
You have an older sister?
Yeah, my dream has come true. It's going to happen at last. I've got my tissues at the ready.
Beverly has travelled down to London to meet Paul.
I can't believe I'm actually here today and I'm going to meet my younger brother. Makes my heart skip a beat. Isn't life amazing? It would be emotional to find out more about this lady that's our mum. Our mum. I'm now saying that. Our mum.
Ready? Okay, ready. I will do. Okay. Trying to keep calm and collected and just wait for the moment. When I'm going to see her, give her a hug, I say, this is a moment to cherish for the rest of our lives.
Thank you. That's so kind of you.
Thank you.
Hello.
My sister.
Oh, hello.
My sister.
I can't believe this.
Hello. My brother. Wonderful to meet you. It's okay. It's okay.
I knew
It's okay.
It's okay. I knew.
It's okay. Yeah? It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
I've been looking for you for 3.5 years.
I know. I heard I'm going to need a tissue. You want to come and sit down?
Yeah.
This is fresh tea. Do you like
I
tea?
can't pour because I'm shaking.
No. I know. I'm going to need a tissue.
Yeah.
Oh dear. I knew I'd do this.
Was it a shock for you?
Yeah. Oh, just a surprise.
Yeah.
A wonderful surprise, Paul. I mean, goodness me.
We look like each other.
We don't we?
Boom.
Yeah. Mind blowing. You know, I had no idea what happened to our mum.
I can tell you some things about her.
Well, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I've got pictures. I've got something for you here.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me.
Can I show you?
Oh yes. Oh goodness me. Oh.
Ta-da.
What is this? Can I open
You can open it. This is our family.
Oh. Oh. Come round. Yeah.
You recognise anyone?
Oh my goodness me. This is amazing. That's our mum.
That's our mum. That's our mum. Just looking at you, just look like mum.
Thank you. Thank you,
It's
Paul.
okay.
I only had her in my life till I was 1 year old. I don't know why she left. I don't know what she was going through in
I
life.
don't think we'll
No.
ever find out.
No, I don't think
I
we
just
will.
have no idea.
I just no. I don't have any resentment towards her.
No.
No. All I
She was
tried to do. Of course, she was
a great, wonderful mum.
I'm glad that she
Yeah.
found happiness. I really
She
am.
was happy with my dad.
Yeah.
He was crazy
I
about
really
her.
loved her.
He did. I think she looks like my mum. My mother also had the bubbly personality. She was well loved, and it just, it's a piece of my mum, but also my big sister.
Hey, look at us. We inherited those genes, didn't we? There is a connection. Although we've never met before, we share a mum. She was our mum. I have this wonderful brother.
Oh, my sister.
My brother. He's a hugger. I love it. We are so alike. And I just thought, we are going to have a whale of a time. I'm so pleased that you didn't give up.
No,
You kept searching and you found me.
it makes me feel elated. I'm just the happiest guy in the world. All right.
That's it.
Okay. She's a huge addition to my life. My hopes for the future is to get to know each other and have fun and see what the future brings. That's my hope.
If a family member is missing from your life and you'd like the Long Lost Family team to help, you can apply to the programme at longlostfamily.tv. Next, the ITV News at 10. Kansas Street sponsors real life stories on ITV. Now, all the latest stories making headlines with the ITV News at 10.
It is yet another series of drastic weather events, this time blistering heat. In Europe, as they swelter through one heat wave, another is about to arrive. In America, frightening records are being broken, as they are across East Asia.
Is it climate or is it weather?
Well, clearly it's climate. The impression that we have is that the situation is even worse than we thought.
James is in Italy for us tonight, but we'll also ask Robert in Washington and Debbie in Beijing how these weather events are impacting the political debate on climate change. Also on News at 10. Quick to condemn, unbelievably slow to make amends. Another damning report on the absolutely shocking post office scandal. A new drug offers hope in the battle against Alzheimer's. A triple whammy of by-elections. So what is the view on the ground? And rewriting the history of Elizabeth I with the help of modern technology.
So scholarship, and for me,
This is ITV News at 10 with Tom Bradby.
Good evening. We have known for some time that the world is getting warmer, but the sheer intensity of the planet's temperatures are tonight impossible to ignore. A third of Americans are under some kind of heat warning right now. In Asia, the warming atmosphere has brought about deadly floods, yet another extreme in Earth's changing climate that's forcing populations and their governments to confront the brutal realities of this blistering heat. Indeed, in Europe and North Africa, where the summer sun was historically so much a part of the attraction, tourists and locals alike are left sweltering in almost unbearable conditions.
There are queues all over Rome today, but not for the Colosseum or the Pantheon. The most sought-after sights by far are the water fountains. In the roasting sun, temperatures touching 39 degrees and heading higher, parasols and fans are near essential. The occasional mist spray has been set up by the authorities to tempt people out of their air-conditioned hotel rooms. For some it has worked, many others staying indoors or gathering in the only cool spot in Rome, the Trevi Fountains. But even here, the fresh blue water is just for looking at. Police are on standby in case any attempted to jump in and cool off.
It's hot and we're from Cairns.
Even for you.
It's even hotter.
We meant to go to Amalfi Coast. I had to cancel it because it's quite hot out there at the moment. That would be too hot. Yeah, that would be too hot. Yeah, I'm going to go back tomorrow maybe to London. I wish I could take a dip in this fountain back here.
Yeah, me too. So August will be more than this. I know because I'm Italian, so I live here and I know that this will be like this.
Terrifying.
Terrifying, yeah.
And that's the point. It isn't even the hottest part of the year. One of Italy's most senior climate scientists is watching what is happening across the continent with ever-increasing alarm. Is it climate or is it weather?
Well, clearly it's climate. I mean, it's proven by the data. I mean, there is a correlation of an incredible increase of CO2 and incredible variation in the global temperature. The impression that we have is that the situation is even worse than we thought.
Italy is far from alone. Wildfires raging in the Canary Islands, likewise in the hills around Athens, while the Greek capital too swelters in temperatures touching 40 degrees. The long-term threat faces all of us, of course, but in the short term, the summer tourist seasons in these countries is increasingly in jeopardy. Italy's La Dolce Vita, its outdoor cafe society, is struggling in what is the second heat wave already this summer. How much longer before people decide this isn't just hot, it's too hot? James Mace, News at 10, Rome.
Well, across the continent, the heat is only likely to intensify as we head into the coming days. Sardinia in Italy and in Spain generally could see temperatures of 46 degrees Celsius, while southern France is predicted to reach 40 degrees. It follows record-breaking temperatures over in the east. In China, a town in the country's northwest reached 52 degrees on Sunday, while a similar reading was taken in Death Valley in California. Well, tonight we'll turn to our correspondents across all three continents. James in Europe, of course, Debbie in Asia, and Robert in North America. James, first in Rome. Perhaps we can come to you. I mean, I guess real concern from on the part of the Italian government about how they're going to deal with this heat.
Absolutely, because it's not a short-term thing this time. Tomorrow it's going to be unbelievably even hotter, but then it goes back to the same brutal, oppressive heat we've had today, right through to next weekend and possibly beyond. It's the second heat wave of the summer. It's in a country which has had a 2-year drought that was broken by horrendous floods in their main agricultural region. I mean, here in Italy, we've a right-wing government led by Giorgia Meloni came to power, as we may be about to see in Spain at the weekend, as we're seeing gaining strength in Germany, on the votes of people who either don't believe in the need for net zero or certainly don't want to pay for it. And yet they get into office and they find that whole industries like tourism or agriculture are being damaged, that the electricity grid can't cope with the demand for air conditioning, that the old people and the vulnerable are dying of extreme heat, a situation in which before they come to office, they say they can't afford to do what the scientists say is necessary. Once in office, they can't afford not to.
Okay, James, thank you very much indeed. Well, with China and the US themselves also at the forefront of these extreme temperatures, the question, I guess, to the governments of the two world's biggest superpowers is what on earth are they going to do about it? Debbie, maybe I can come to you first in Beijing. Is there likely to be a political reaction there to this?
Well, Tom, no government, not even Communist Party propaganda, can surely deny what is happening before our eyes. It reached 50 degrees Celsius again in Xinjiang in the Turpan Basin, where that 52.2 degrees Celsius was recorded on Sunday, and temperatures there are expected to remain in the high 40s, early 50s for the rest of the week. And this follows a record-breaking cold winter here in China. In January, it got down to minus 53 in the north of the country. And here we are a matter of months later, and temperatures are almost 100 degrees higher. There has been a rapid expansion in green energy, and the country is predicted to hit its climate goals earlier than 2030. But this year, with a focus on economic growth following the pandemic, carbon emissions here have risen again. John Kerry, the US climate envoy, is currently here in Beijing meeting with his Chinese counterpart to try and get discussions between the world's two biggest polluters back on track. And there is no shortage of evidence to focus their minds on what they do agree should be a united fight to save our planet.
Okay, Debbie, thank you very much. Well, let's come finally to Robert. Robert, we look to the US, don't we, for leadership in so many things. Is this leading to a sharpening of minds in Congress?
Well, Tom, you would certainly imagine, wouldn't you, that the constellation of extreme weather events here in North America would lead to a focus of minds, particularly those here on Capitol Hill. It's not just the extreme heat out west, it's also the smoke from those Canadian wildfires, which have reached as far south here as Washington, leading to a rapid deterioration in air quality, but also what marine biologists are now warning about, which is rising ocean temperatures off the eastern seaboard, and in particular in the Gulf of Mexico. And yet, incredibly, it is not at all clear that climate change is rising up the political agenda. You know, looking at the Republican Party, they are now fighting for their party's nomination, the presidential election less than 500 days away, and it's dominated by the culture wars. There is skepticism about the science. There is also skepticism about the economic cost of the transition to clean energy. So we will have to see, Tom, whether the blistering temperatures across America this summer changes the depressing politics of climate change.
Okay, Robert and Debbie and James, incredibly interesting and important discussion. Thank you very much indeed. Well, with all that in mind, it could hardly have been a more timely week for the UK's own government to give an update on how it plans to adapt to the changing climate, how we plan, you might say. Its report out tonight looks ahead to the next 5 years and the challenges to our infrastructure, our economy and food and water supplies. But critics say it frankly lacks the urgency required, and Romilly is here to talk about this. I mean, you might say good timing, you might say bad timing for the government to be having to address this issue, given what we're seeing. What was the Prime Minister saying today?
Well, in a week when much of the world is facing weather of such ferocious intensity, you might really want to know that the UK is as prepared as it's possible to be, and the government is doing everything it can. But the reaction to the latest climate change adaptation plan, is as it's called, suggests otherwise. The Environment Secretary is calling it a step change, but the Climate Change Committee says that it doesn't go nearly far enough, saying that it doesn't contain extensive new commitments and just promising further action is not enough. Let's have a look at what the 5-year plan does include. There's £5.2 billion for flood and coastal defences, £2.2 billion for making our water supply more resilient, a promise to bolster the health system so it's better adapted to deal with more severe frequent weather events, and a commitment to set out how schools, hospitals and other infrastructure will avoid overheating and climate-related disruption. Campaigners and experts, though, point out that some of those commitments are vague and others have already been announced. So I asked the Prime Minister earlier whether he is serious about climate change. We're seeing record temperatures across Europe, wildfires in Canada. Why is climate change not one of your 5 key priorities?
I think those are the 5 immediate priorities that I think the country wants us to focus on. Our track record on climate change is second to none. If you look at the large developed countries around the world that we are compared to,
and yet he just says that Goldsmith critic because he says you're not committed to that.
Well, that's one person's view. Here are the facts. Not one of those big, large countries has decarbonised faster than the UK over the past 2 decades. That's the reality of it.
Well, Tom, the report comes after the government was already facing criticism for lack of progress in meeting its net zero targets. Something the government denies, but it's certainly not something that the Prime Minister spends a lot of time talking about. And these global weather events that we're seeing is making that much harder to sustain.
Okay, Romilly, thank you very much indeed. Now, let's move on to a scandal that frankly takes your breath away and has done for many years, certainly for those caught up in the IT scandal at the Post Office. The latest update from the official inquiry offers little consolation. Even compensation promised months ago is still proving all too hard to access for the postmasters wrongly accused of false accounting and fraud. The inquiry chair said today there is no legal reason why the Post Office, and indeed its sole shareholder, the government, cannot pay up the full and fair financial redress that's owed.
Convictions quashed, but justice is still delayed. Years after their names were cleared in court.
I lost my home. I lost my family. My reputation. Lost everything.
Sue's father, her loyal supporter, died not knowing whether his daughter would ever receive compensation.
I wanted to say I'll be all right, Dad. And I couldn't. Because what do I lie and just say, yes, Dad, I'll be okay. But I've waited 19 years.
Sue is one of hundreds of sub-postmasters and mistresses falsely accused of stealing when the real culprit was a faulty IT system. Today's interim report says many hundreds of claims are still to be resolved. It calls on the government to extend the deadline for fresh claims and raises concerns that the existing compensation system is too slow.
Many of the victims of this scandal were falsely accused and then wrongly convicted in short order. Such was the desire to prosecute. Little of that same urgency has been apparent when it comes to paying compensation.
They need to pick up their musket and get working. They should be beating down the doors of my clients to say, what have you lost and how can we compensate you? Because let's remember, these people were pillars of their community.
Shazia dedicated 10 years of her life to the Post Office until she was wrongly accused of pocketing thousands of pounds.
What would it mean to you to finally have
compensation?
I've been stuck for over a decade now. It cost me my dignity. My children have suffered terribly. But they don't get to take any more off me now. They've done the crime. Post Office have done the crime. Now is the time to pay full and fair compensation.
The final compensation total could top £1 billion. But so far, the Post Office has spent as much on its own legal bills as it has on its victims. John Ray, News at 10.
Excuse me. Anyone who has seen someone suffer the appalling advance of Alzheimer's will know just how desperately a cure is needed. The search for a wonder drug goes on tonight, but there is at least talk of a turning point with a new drug shown to significantly slow cognitive decline. It's not perfect, what drug is, but its makers hope it could allow those in the early stages of dementia to keep their independence for longer.
Think you remember who that is? Or
For 6 years, Paul's dad Richard's world has got smaller. Memories robbed by Alzheimer's.
It's very cruel because almost it feels as though like a loved one is sort of a silhouette and almost like they're walking away from you.
At his advanced stage, there is no way to get the memories back, but a new drug offers newly diagnosed hope.
I feel so excited about it, for the families. I realise it might be obviously too late for Dad now, but just feel so excited for the people.
In people like Richard, Alzheimer's affects the way millions of signals pass between the neurons in the brain. The disease leads to a build-up of a protein called amyloid. Now, that clumps together, becoming toxic and killing brain cells, stopping those signals and impairing your memory. The drug, donanemab, teaches the immune system to recognise and remove the amyloid, slowing down the cognitive decline by up to a third, helping people to continue to carry out daily activities, things like managing your finances, driving, and even carrying out hobbies for longer. The drug isn't a cure and only works on Alzheimer's, not other forms of dementia, but has the potential to help nearly 750,000 people in this country.
It felt like a death sentence to me.
Laurie feared the worst after her early diagnosis. She joined the trial in America, having watched several family members die with the disease.
I had not been able to drive because I would be driving somewhere and I would get to the corner and I would look around and I would go, where am I?
Since taking donanemab, 80% of the amyloid has been removed from her brain. She's even back driving again.
Yes, lots more hope. Lots more hope, yeah.
The drug is not approved, and some patients did suffer side effects, including swelling of the brain. Plus, diagnosis needs to be early.
You need to have a type of test that shows you have amyloid, this protein building up in the brain. Now, we estimate only about 2% of people currently get that type of early and accurate diagnosis.
So, work to be done, but there is now hope others can stave off this cruel disease for longer.
And Martin is here, and I will attempt to get through my question to him without coughing and spluttering all over him. Apologies for that. A little bit earlier, look, there'll be many people watching this, whether they've seen someone go through this in their family or perhaps even worried about it for themselves. So there's a huge amount of interest in, how effective this drug is, and perhaps most important, when we're going to see it.
Look, there are 3 hurdles to get past. The first is regulation. Is it safe? And there are legitimate questions around some side effects, potentially brain swelling. The second is it good value? Lecanemab, a similar medicine, costs around £20,000 a year. So does the NHS want to pay for it? And then third and finally, you've got the issue of early diagnosis. The earlier you get it, the better the outcome. And we have far fewer PET scanners in this country than we have in a lot of other European countries. But all that are the hurdles. There is a lot of opportunity here as well. And potentially, if everything went well, we could see it by 2025.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. That is indeed potentially good news. Now, standing as it does as a monument to the annexation of Crimea, Russia's Kerch Bridge came under attack again overnight. Perhaps as inevitable as its targeting was the steely reaction from President Putin. There will be, he pledged tonight, a response to what he called Kyiv's terrorists. That is unlikely to be limited to the halting of the grain deal, so crucial to Ukraine's economy and the world's food security, which, coincidence or not, Russia pulled out of just hours after the attack.
For Ukrainians, the Kerch Bridge is a reminder where it needed of Russia's occupation, the main route to annexed Crimea and a supply route for troops and weaponry. Today, for the second time in months, it was hit, an unclaimed but likely attack by Ukrainian forces. The Kremlin say this was terrorism which killed 2 people. The president has vowed to retaliate.
Ответ со стороны России, конечно, будет.
The Ministry of Defence is considering its options, he said. The attack came just hours before Russia pulled out of a deal which for the last year protected ships taking grain across the Black Sea to the world market. Today, Russia called a halt, accusing the West of failing in its side of the deal. It was a decision condemned by the United Nations, the Secretary General urging Russia to reconsider for the sake of a hungry, hurting world.
Participation in these agreements is a choice, but struggling people everywhere and developing countries don't have a choice. Hundreds of millions of people face hunger and consumers are confronting a global cost of living crisis, and they will pay the price.
The Black Sea Grain Initiative was brokered last July by the UN and Turkey, with Russia allowing Ukraine to ship grain through the Black Sea to the rest of the world, easing a global food crisis worsened by Russia's invasion of its neighbour. Since that deal was made, almost 33 million tons of grain has been exported from Ukraine. But Russia claimed there were no grounds for extending the pact, as Western sanctions meant that their demands to ease pathways for their own food and fertiliser exports weren't met. The failure of the deal and the attack on the bridge were not directly linked. They are both a part of a war which is being waged with global consequence. Emma Murphy, News at 10.
Back here now, and to what's being seen as a major political test for our government. In 3 days' time, polls will have just closed in 3 by-elections. Come on, you know you can't wait. Held in 3 very different constituencies. What they each have in common, having triggered by resigning Tory MPs, is the potential to inflict yet more pain on the Conservatives. Of them, Uxbridge and South Ruislip in Outer London had the tightest majority in 2019, and a former seat of Boris Johnson, remember him, would be a major prize for Labour. They've also set their sights on Selby and Ainsty in North Yorkshire, but it would require a simply colossal swing to overturn the previous 20,000 vote lead. No strangers to toppling Tory majorities, though, the Lib Dems. They're staking their hopes on Somerton and Frome. The South West was once considered true blue on Thursday. Well, we shall see.
In rural Somerset, Outer London and North Yorkshire, Rishi Sunak's Conservative Party is defending 3 very different seats this week, with each facing very different challenges. In parts of Somerton and Frome, just reaching voters can be hard, understanding and addressing their concerns even harder.
I know when they're all up in London, it's completely different what we got out in the countryside. And I don't know if they actually realise how difficult it is getting about, from with the bus services and that really, which have been cut back.
This area used to be a Conservative stronghold. Do you feel that's still the case?
I don't think it is the case now.
The former MP here resigned after allegations of sexual misconduct and drug taking. He denied the former, and an investigation has now been dropped. Some here feel they haven't had proper representation.
Things have been bad for an awfully long time and haven't been fixed. We can go back to the financial crisis 2008. I don't think things have been fixed, addressed. Money hasn't gone into the right places.
Big issue for me really is the cost of living, food prices, energy prices.
So I think childcare is a massive issue for families and being able to afford to be able to go to work.
In Uxbridge and South Ruislip, controversy over the expansion of London's ultra-low emission zone has become a top issue. The former MP here, one Boris Johnson, quit after MPs found him guilty of lying. At a by-election hustings last week, voters hadn't forgotten him.
All of the controversies, such as Partygate and stuff, have really let me down.
I would say I would have been previously a Conservative voter, but I've certainly been changed now.
It's been, well, who's the Prime Minister? It changes every few months and it's chaotic.
I believe the current government is making efforts to getting those resolutions, and it's the right direction.
Further north and not too far from Rishi Sunak's own constituency, Labour are increasingly optimistic about their chances. The Selby and Ainsley by-election was triggered after the ex-MP failed to get a seat in the House of Lords. But it's the lack of and cost of housing that's at the forefront of many voters' minds.
A mortgage of £180,000. Now, at 6.5% interest rate, you're going to be paying about £1,100 a month, whereas a year ago it was only half of that. You know, it's a lot of money.
3 tricky political tests for the Prime Minister at a time he could really do without them. The results will be in on Friday.
And Harry's in Frome tonight. Harry, we so often get protest votes, don't we, in by-elections. Do you think if we do see that, it's going to be more than a protest this time?
Well, I think this is a massive challenge for Rishi Sunak. He knows that it's a difficult job winning voters back over to his party after what was a catastrophic year for the Conservatives last year. And he admitted as much today. He said that he thinks these by-elections will be very difficult for his party. And if they're as bad as some of his MPs fear they will be, and here in Somerton and Frome, most Tory MPs are telling me they think this is already a write-off, that the Lib Dems are nailed on to win here. We could see more Tory MPs worried about their own prospects at the next general election. And look, after these by-elections are out the way, there are potentially 3 more happening after the summer. In one of those potential by-elections in Mid-Bedfordshire, where Nadine Dorries has said she'd quit but hasn't actually done so yet, Labour and the Lib Dems are already going around knocking on people's doors, telling people they've been essentially abandoned by their MP. So look, it could be a really difficult week for Rishi Sunak, and he could have another difficult week coming along in just a few weeks' time.
Okay, Harry, thank you very much indeed. Now, finally, if you thought cover-ups and redacted reports are a curious if frustrating feature of modern public life, think again. The British Library has found evidence of the practice from Jacobean times, specifically a rewrite of the official account of Elizabeth I's reign. They've revealed passages hidden for 400 years that may have helped smooth the transition of power from one monarch to the next. It literally casts new light on these very old texts.
This is the first manuscript.
In the depths of the British Library, they're analysing the first official account of Elizabeth I's reign, Camden's Annals. But there are hidden secrets behind these pages, written in Latin more than 400 years ago.
This is the text that was covered by the parchment paper.
The author re-edited his work using a spot of cut and paste to keep Elizabeth's successor happy. Now, experts have uncovered what lies beneath the pages he pasted on.
They were completely invisible before.
Elizabeth I is often portrayed as a powerful queen who reshaped how England saw itself.
I will have one mistress here and no master.
Helena Rutkowska made the discoveries as part of her research. Until now, Camden's Annals claimed Elizabeth named James VI of Scotland as her successor on her deathbed.
Thanks to this new imaging, we've been able to see for the first time that this is not true. This was a later fabricated addition added by Camden in a later version of the drafts.
The discoveries show Camden was scared of upsetting James and turned spin doctor to placate him.
We actually see Camden sometimes being even more complimentary to Elizabeth and then getting rid of that information to make James look better. So I actually think it shows that Elizabeth, deserved that amazing legacy she got.
The British Library hopes technology will uncover more secrets in its vast archives.
It's really exciting for historians, for scholarship, and for me, I think it's really tantalising to imagine how many more manuscripts might be waiting to reveal their secrets.
It feels very good. It feels definitely very good. Being the first one seeing those words, hidden words, is something incredible, definitely.
They say never judge a book by its cover. It turns out some of the pages could be a bit suspect too. Neil Connery, News at 10, the British Library.
And that's all for tonight. Our own first draft of history as we
Chinese coming. Yeah.
watch the world literally burn. I'll be back tomorrow. See you then. Good night. Thank you for watching.
He may have walked out of the premiere, but tomorrow Hollywood star Matt Damon gives us his lowdown on the most highly anticipated movie of the year.
And we're going to be talking to Chris Tarrant on tales from his 50 years in TV. That's tomorrow on GMD from 6.
Not everywhere will be cold today. Some places will be warm and toasty. Heinz No Added Sugar Beans sponsors ITV National Weather.
Lona, very good evening to you. Hope you're all keeping well. So thankfully, no extreme heat wave here in the UK. In fact, the main story for us is an unsettled one as we go through the next few days. We've got low pressure bringing outbreaks of rain for some as we go through Tuesday, and that moves out of the way. We're back to a mixture of sunshine and showers. Now, for the rest of tonight, for most of us, we're tucked underneath those clear skies at the moment, so fairly fresh out there. The temperatures down to around 8 degrees for some, but by the end of the night, that rain working its way into Northern Ireland and western fringes of the UK, and that's going to spread its way north and eastwards as we go through Tuesday. So there will be cloud and outbreaks of rain here, and some of that rain could be quite heavy in places too, and the winds will pick up. Elsewhere, well, further north, so northern Scotland, there it's a mixture of sunshine and showers. And the best of the weather tomorrow is the southeast England. You can see drier there, brighter skies, and this is where we'll get the warmest of those temperatures. Bye-bye.
Heinz No Added Sugar Beans sponsors ITV National Weather.
Hello, good evening. A fire which broke out at the historic Royal Albion Hotel in Brighton on Saturday has been brought under control. The disruption in the area continues. The A259 is expected to remain closed for at least the next 2 days while emergency services make the site safe. Our reporter Charlotte Wilkins has been at the seafront today.
Now, it's been 48 hours since the fire started, and although the flames are under control, the building is severely damaged. The main concern now among residents is whether a building of this age, which was built in 1826, is riddled with asbestos. Now, I spoke to the council leader earlier, who remained tight-lipped about what that would mean for any demolition plans.
So investigations are continuing, and obviously across agencies, including Brighton and Hove City Council, but our partners and agencies, we are working to ensure the safety of our residents. But again, we would really urge people to avoid this area. There is still smoke that will affect people, so please avoid the area if you can, and do keep your windows firmly closed.
I spoke to a resident earlier on today who says her flat has been severely smoke damaged.
I got into my flat and the visibility was zero and we could barely breathe. And my grandson was very frightened. He was laying on the floor crying, and the kitten was panting and couldn't breathe properly. So I took her to the emergency vets and they put her on oxygen. The residents have no phone number to ring. There's no point of contact. We don't know when we can go home. We don't know what the situation is.
Now, we've heard that this cordon may well be reduced, allowing some businesses to reopen, but this section of the busy A259 Seafront Road will remain closed for at least the next 72 hours. This, of course, is causing travel problems in alternative routes around the city. So if you are travelling into Brighton, leave extra time for your journey.
Charlotte Wilkins reporting there, but the fire service has given an update this evening. They said they hope to start demolition work on the building in the next 48 hours or so.
We're going to work with partners now, and we've developed a plan to demolish the building. It won't be done tonight, it won't be done today. It's going to be done within the next 48 hours, maybe, might be a little bit longer. But what we've got to be really careful of is we have an unstable structure that we need to take down very carefully to keep all our crews, so any of the emergency responders and the public safe.
A former postmistress in South Warnborough in Hampshire says she's still waiting for full compensation 20 years after the post office prosecuted her for false accounting. Joe Hamilton was one of hundreds of sub-postmasters wrongly prosecuted between 1999 and 2015 because of a computing error. Today, an inquiry into the scandal has called for law changes to help with full compensation. Rachel Hepworth reports.
Can kicking seems to be a habit.
Looking through today's report, 20 years after her battle with the post office began, former postmistress Jo Hamilton is still waiting for full compensation.
And we need a fair fight for them to just be decent human beings.
Jo was a postmistress in South Warnborough until the post office prosecuted her for false accounting. To avoid jail, she pleaded guilty and paid £55,000. But she, along with hundreds of others, hadn't done anything wrong. The faulty Horizon IT system was to blame. In what's been described as the most widespread miscarriage of justice in UK history, many victims were financially ruined, had their reputations destroyed. Some served prison sentences, others have since died.
I don't know how you could put a person from government in our shoes and make them actually see what it's like to be on the other end of it, because it's wicked.
In 2021, Jo's conviction was overturned. Celebrations at the time, but now so little progress has been made in compensating victims that the inquiry chairman has felt compelled to intervene.
Many hundreds of people suffered disastrous consequences by reason of the misuse of data from Horizon, and thousands more suffered very significantly.
Speaking today, he's made 8 recommendations to speed up the compensation process, which he compared to a patchwork quilt with some holes in it. He said more than 400 applications for compensation had yet to be resolved and recommended that the government's own deadline of August next year be extended.
I just don't know why it can't happen more quickly than it does. And they're still squabbling over paying people. It's just nonsense.
The scandal has already cost the post office £300 million, 2/3 of it on legal fees against the postmasters. Compensation has accounted for just under 100 million so far. In a short statement, the government said it would review Sir Wynn's report and respond in due course. Rachel Hepworth, ITV News in South Warnborough.
An accommodation barge to house 500 asylum seekers has left Falmouth Harbour in Cornwall and is headed for its final destination of Portland Port in Dorset. Plans to house migrants on the Bibby Stockholm are a month behind schedule. The government is hoping the alternative accommodation will cut the cost of hotel bills where migrants are housed currently. Brighton's oldest tennis club has been saved from eviction after an agreement was signed with its landlords. The future of Badgers Tennis Club in Kent Town, which is 130 years old, had been hanging in the balance after being served an eviction notice. Now to an inspirational woman from Botley near Southampton. Jen Dunn has just been selected to take part in the Ironman World Championships. She's the first of 30 women to be called up to promote how sport can help and inspire following her battle with postnatal depression. Andrew Pate has been to meet her.
Spending time with her daughter is extra special for Jen. Today, their yoga session means Mum is limbering up ahead of her Ironman challenge, while 4-year-old Chloe Ava keeps fit after being diagnosed with low muscle tone and hypermobility. But things haven't always been like this.
I just progressively got worse and worse and sunk into what I can describe as a black hole, really. I struggled with going out, completing kind of any day-to-day tasks was just really, really challenging. And I always thought postnatal depression was not having that bond with your child. But actually for me, it was that I just loved her so much and I just had this overwhelming, I'm not good enough for her and I wasn't kind of, good enough to be a mum.
when her GP diagnosed postnatal depression, telling Jen it comes in many different forms. The young mum started on her road to recovery, and the pace grew when she started running.
I got out and it was initially a very slow walk and jog, but it just gave me that headspace kind of, it was almost became my therapy really. It massively helped me through. And I gradually built it up to the extent that I was then able to take my daughter out in the buggy, we would go running together.
It led her all the way to competing in the Ironman in Hamburg. Jen, in the white cap, completed the 2.4 mile swim, followed by 112 miles of cycling, and then the marathon, 26.4 miles, to complete the task.
Oh, just waves of emotion, really. It was kind of thankful it was over and I made it, but also just the most amazing feeling of just feeling overwhelmed by everything.
Now Jen from Botley near Southampton has been selected for the Ironman World Championships in Kona, Hawaii. One of 30 women selected to raise awareness of how sport can help, physically and mentally.
Andrew Pates reporting there. Let's get a check on the weather forecast before we go with the details. Here's James Wright.
Whatever the weather, it always feels like home. Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
Hello there, good evening. The next few days, reasonably benign conditions weather-wise. Yes, we do have this little low pressure system crossing the UK, but it's not really amounting to much, no particularly strong winds around it. Once that passes, we're on to a bit of a northwesterly flow over the next few days, and that's going to cap the temperatures through the rest of the week, so keeping them pretty close to average for the time of year. As far as tonight goes, clear skies at the moment, but as that little system approaches, throwing a little bit of cloud in from time to time. Light breezes, as I say, and temperatures drift down to around 11 to 13 or 14 Celsius. Tomorrow then, bit of a mixed bag really, some cloud out there. For a while I think we'll see some sunshine breaking out before that front really shows its hand, brings in a few showers later on in the day. But if you can stay in the sunshine, 21 or 22 Celsius, not doing too badly, and certainly lighter breezes than we had over the weekend. Starting to see the isobars part, so fairly light breezes on Wednesday, but it is that northwesterly airflow. But probably the warmest day of the week, 23 Celsius, cooler on Thursday and Friday.
Valent Heat Pumps and Boilers sponsor ITV Meridian Weather.
And that is it for now. We are back first thing tomorrow. Sleep well. Bye-bye.
Take it higher, dance to the rhythm of drum. Take it higher, all of us can be wrong. Take it higher, dance to the rhythm of drum. Take it higher, gotta keep moving on.
This is it. The nation's
The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023 starts Thursday at 10:15 on ITV1 and ITVX.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
I think I'm in love with you.
So when do we leave?
Couples only. I'm afraid you can't come.
Couple up with your favourite shows this summer. Stream free on ITVX.
With descriptions of sexual abuse and some strong language now. This is Catching My Rapist.
and such an array of like emotions attached to that period of my life. You know, my sense of self-worth and just very broken on so many levels. Just very untrusting of the world around me after that. I feel sad for me, you know, for that young me. I missed out on a period of life there that should have been more joyful, you know, more free spirit. Yeah, when you're raped, it changes how you see the world around you.
So, you've made an allegation of a serious sexual assault. Tell me in as much detail that you can remember what happened.
What happened in the room?
Tell me what happened.
I'm from New Zealand. After university, I was like, going to go and do some traveling now. I'm going to go get cultured. I'm going to go have fun. Went to a lot of gigs. I tried foods I hadn't tried before and just enjoying meeting people. You know, all those different accents together. It's a fun time. London. It's quite an expensive place to live. You know, I had some savings there, but that was chewed through quite quickly. So I made a profile on a job app. People can just go there, upload a CV, have a little bit of a profile about themselves. And I was just looking for things like waitressing. Within that 24 hours, definitely, a message popped up on my phone. It was somebody offering me work in an escort agency. You know, I hadn't done escorting work before. It said paying for sex is prostitution and illegal, but paying for somebody's time and company, so escorting wasn't. You know, you'll make
I got Chinese.
500
Yeah.
a night type thing. So I thought, oh, that sounds easy. Yeah. But I was under the impression that it was illegal to pay for sex. This is the street. Yeah, the very top. Yeah. That means that all those white curtains are pulled.
That's his place.
Yeah, he's in there. I don't even want to know what's going on in that room right now.
What is about to happen?
He'll sit you down and he'll ask you things like, do you like sex? What do you like about sex? Are you a party girl? Which, you know, AKA, will you take drugs? You know, it was just really quick. Shaheen gave me some excuse straight away as to why I was in this flat. And then he requested my passport and said he needed to like check my right to work. There's a lot of information coming at me all at one time, and including the request to inspect my body. And he was like quite persistent.
that I needed to do that in order to get the job. Once I went into the room, like he closed the door straight away and locked that door. Everything was just really white. You know, the curtains were white, the walls were white, the duvet was white, the cabinets were white. I was just in a state of like panic. I remember like being fixated on some sort of filming equipment. Before getting on the bed, I remember him, you know, like walking around me, like looking at my body. I remember him like positioning me like on the end of the bed at one point, you know, and like pulling my legs up. He didn't look at my face whilst he was raping me. I remember like turning my head. Just remember my body just as.
Did you feel able to protest?
No. You know, using my voice was scary because I didn't know how he was going to react. After it happened, he told me to clean up and get ready, and then I would be sent by his driver to this client. Soulmates was the website that Shaheen showed me initially. It had a number of different profiles, the name, the age, I will offer you a great girlfriend experience, things like that. Much later, I discovered the Adult Works website. Adult Works is a mainstream, very popular platform that Shaheen was using to advertise girls on. And then I saw my profile for the first time and I was like, ooh. It was just a real shock to see my face attached to a profile that I didn't consent to. I didn't create this. And down the right-hand side, it had a list of various services, basically selling me for every service available, like water sports, golden showers, lots of different things. Yeah, including unprotected sex. It made sense as to why the clientele had these expectations of what was going to happen. That man just knew how to break you down to a point where you just feel nothing. Just a very strong, overwhelming, dominant person. And even when there were like moments where I was not inside his premises, I still felt that I had to comply with like his requests. But it wasn't just what he did, it was all those experiences with clients as well, which break you.
Did that sort of overall behaviour have an impact on why you stayed?
I stayed ultimately as long as I did because I was scared. I was scared of him. I was scared that there were consequences to me. I mean, have I broken the law? Am I going to get a conviction now? Am I going to be deported If I have a disagreement with him, am I safe? This man knew where I lived. You can find me. I got my phone out and just started filming what I could. I remember like building myself up with that because it felt like a scary thing. And this is the office. That's like nothing. Who's going to believe me if I tell them this happened to me? Everything that I filmed in that moment wasn't substantial evidence, but it proved I was there. Gabrielle was a girl that I met there. She'd already been there for days before me. Shaheen had a real issue with us speaking to each other because he didn't want us sharing details about what he had done and was doing. We managed to have a cigarette out the window together and we had this really short moment. And I remember quite quickly in our conversation, did he rape you? Yeah, I remember her telling me, yeah, he's raped me and he's raped me multiple times. Do you think he's got a video hidden in there of us having sex?
I think so. That is a big problem, actually.
Situations were getting like more risky and dangerous. Just abuse after abuse. It just cracked. It cracked one day and I was like, I was so tired. He told me that 2 men had booked me, get ready and go. 1 man is something, 2, no thanks. I remember telling him, no, I don't want to do that. And the way he looked at me was like not normal. His eyes were so still. Like, how dare I challenge him? I remember being like really scared in that moment because it was the first time I'd actually challenged him. I could hear somebody coming up the stairs. And I remember telling him, you know, if you don't unlock this door, I'll scream. He unlocked the door and I ran out. I remember like running down the stairs, out the front door of the house, turning left and running up the street. And went straight to bang on the driver's window. The driver said to me, Shaheen's just told me not to let you into the car. But the driver did let me into the car. I remember telling him like he's raping girls. I remember the driver telling me he knew. And he drove me all the way home. I think he was feeling very uneasy himself. I remember asking him and saying to him, you know, the next time you speak to him, record him.
I have 3 girls. So does it matter? 3 girls. So then who told me that you raped 3 girls? You have raped 3 girls. So?
Hearing that, as a response.
Took me so. You stupid man, they told me. They told me for a fact. They went to them in the office. They told me they need to call the police. You understand? This is not your problem. I ran this agency 14 years. You're not the first one I fix up.
I really isolated myself after that. I was just existing in a state of fear. I was hypervigilant. I was anxious. I was depressed. I felt dirty. I felt used. I felt, I don't know, like damaged goods or something. I don't know. I definitely, at that moment, was like, I don't want to go to the police, but I'm scared to go to the police. What are these people going to think of me? That I've made a decision to be an escort, and then, what? He's been raped now? Like,
So, you've made an allegation of a serious sexual assault, which the state happened in April of this year, 2018. Tell me in as much detail that you can remember what happened.
And what happened in the room.
Tell me what.
I did question why I had to take my clothes off for a job interview. But I didn't know. It was my first time. I didn't know what the protocol was. It was my first time at an escort agency.
in that first interview, I carried my shame into that room, and it was like difficult to just let your guard down and be so vulnerable. I wanted to be strong for myself.
I took my clothes off and I just did everything you told me to do.
I had a nice officer there. She did her best to make it as comfortable as it could be. And I thought, okay, they'll do something now. Almost immediately after I was out of Soulmates, it's like, I need to move. This person knows where I live. I moved to a new place, and then from that place, I moved into the safe house. I was able to sort of re-establish a healthier routine. There was a lot of expertise in-house. Yeah, I'm very, very grateful for the support I received from that safe house. It was just immense. The police issued me a letter which explained that my allegations of rape were being dropped, which was a bit of a, that letter really, it was pretty wounding because it wasn't finished. The case wasn't finished. the no further action letter from the police states that there isn't enough evidence to take my case forward. The fact I reported the incident 5 months after it happened, so there's no forensic evidence. I didn't hand my phone over, which they state is a significant obstacle to prosecution. But I handed over copies of all my communications with Shaheen. I handed over multiple videos. I handed over photographs that I had taken. I handed over everything related to the case. And this man continues to run his operation and exploit women, and the system's okay with that. Something had to happen. It had to stop.
Jade loves her clothes to smell amazing and fresh, so she uses Comfort Fabric Conditioner in every wash. Yeah, smells amazing. New and improved Comfort Fragrance. Enjoy 100 days of freshness.
Who said electricity can't be bold? Who said I can't believe this. Who said hybrid technology can't trigger emotion? New Nissan Juke Hybrid, a thrilling, electrified experience.
However these 7 symptoms of heartburn and indigestion feel like to you, all 7 symptoms are caused by stomach acid. So Gaviscon Double Action acts in the stomach to neutralize acid fast and forms a raft to prevent contents from going back up the food pipe for long-lasting relief. For 7 symptoms, think Gaviscon. And now try new Gavinatura. Its natural and effective formula works to neutralize stomach acid. Gavinatura for 100% natural and effective heartburn and indigestion relief.
Did you know, by switching to cooler water, you can save up to 50% of the energy used when washing up? Fairy Max Power's special formula cuts through tough, greasy challenges up to 4 times faster in cooler water. For a sparkling clean. Fairy Max Power. Drop the hot and save up to 50% of the energy when washing up. And for antibacterial protection on your sponge, try Fairy Max Power Antibacterial.
Multi-cover from LV. One policy that lets me combine my home with my car insurance and get a 10% discount. Get your quote today at lv.com.
New Dove body wash is different. It cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturize from within in just one shower. Choose different. Choose Dove.
Sit back and enjoy the flight guides on Booking.com.
Company?
There.
Go ahead, Smith.
What?
Rinsing. Holiday dreaming again? Find the perfect flight for you. Booking.com. Booking.
Yeah.
Why stumble when you can soar? Get fast, reliable Wi-Fi gliding through every room or money back. Virgin Media. See what you can do.
Did you know Alevia is non-drowsy in most people? Because Alevia relieves hay fever symptoms and does not affect brain function in most people. Alevia, try it now.
I mean, what else can I tell you about myself? Very, very intelligent. I've traveled all around the world, spent about 3 months in India, just on this rooftop doing yoga.
With more choice than any other supermarket, there's an Ocado just for you.
year on planet Earth continues Sunday at 8 on ITV1.
The police had just closed my case, so I decided to do my own investigation. I encountered the SAFE website through typing Shaheen's name into Google. SAFE stands for Support and Advice for Escorts. And within the website, I found multiple chains relating to Shaheen from 2011 up. There were girls in there calling out Shaheen rape, saying this man did rape girls. This is how he operates. He'll invite you to an interview. He'll ask to inspect your body. He needs to check you for diseases. Yeah, absolutely wild. And I could see thousands of views. And I was just thinking to myself, why didn't I read this earlier? Girl talks about rape. Yeah.
This date from 2011 shows saying the manager will attempt to have sex with you at the first interview.
I reached out to Gabriel after I had exited and I was like, hey, can we meet straight away? She's like, yes, we need to talk. And I got to know Gabriel quite well.
And that's one review. There is so many. We met 3 days after I started. We are both smokers, so we had to smoke in the kitchen because that was the only place where we were allowed to smoke.
Do you remember what you said? Something you said to her?
I asked her if she had been raped too. Yeah. And that was the case.
What did she say?
She said yes. And when she described it, she said exactly same things I say, same process, same kind of interview. I've been abused in the past, and I felt in the same way. I felt that you just had to be used and abused, and I felt that bad that I was about to give up on everything.
How many times in total did he rape you?
4 times. The second time was really painful. He had this cucumber with the plastic around the cucumber, and he told me to spray my lips, remove my knickers. And he penetrated me very, very hard. It was so painful, I just wanted to stop. After that, he told me, wash yourself, you have to go to work. So I go to the bathroom, and I was bleeding. In my vagina, I was bleeding. I was in pain, I could not work after that. And he was a bit angry because I was like, I can't see anyone. But at the same time, in my head, I was like, if I go somewhere else, I'm going to be safe.
Go somewhere else, you'll be
Safer. Even if I see someone else.
not in his apartment.
No.
I also met a girl named Hannah who was raped by Shaheen. This was 3 years before me in 2015. She reported her rape to the police and, yeah, her case was dropped.
if I think back, I'm like, shit, I got raped.
Yeah.
A lot of times.
Are you okay?
I'm just, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just emotional.
Yeah, it is.
So the last night, we got into an argument, and then he threatened to shoot me. And he reached under his desk, and in my head, I went, oh shit, I will die. So I peg it out the door, I run downstairs, and I decided to call the police. I think in my head, I hoped he had a gun. Yeah, so then, like, he could be stopped. Police turn up, and they were useless. The police were useless. And I think it hurts, like, that nothing was done, and, like, there were so many opportunities to stop Shaheen. And if they did a proper investigation into my complaints, we would not be sitting here.
I was checking my profile on Adult Works quite frequently. Shaheen didn't take it down. He said he would, did not take it down. My sense of worth was being crushed by seeing my own profile, which I had not consented to develop. And here I am sitting in a safe house wondering who the hell Shaheen is sending out as me. On the Adult Works platform, you could go and click on a profile and book a girl. So I decided to book myself off the internet. I had some assistance from my friend. I think my friend was like, this is an absolutely crazy idea. So I went to a hotel, had my friend make the booking.
Hello?
Hi, what's the room number?
412.
Alright, I'm gonna give a quick call to your room telephone. If you answer the phone, just tell me you're there.
Is she definitely the girl in the picture, is she?
Yeah, this is her pictures.
And is she from New Zealand?
Yeah.
I just had sort of one goal in that moment, which was to get her number. It wasn't to tell her I had also worked at the agency, because I didn't know the extent of her own situation with Shaheen. Just felt a bit dangerous. This girl showed up and she was nothing like me. She didn't have a New Zealand accent. She didn't have light hair. She was a Romanian girl. I remember her being sort of shy. I think she was expecting, that there was a man on the other side of the door. So I told her, I'm not looking for sex. I'm not looking for anything like that. I just want to have a chat. I explained to her that I came from a sex work background. The moment I said that, she was very open. And then I had minutes. I had minutes before her phone went off. And she said, I have to go. She was telling me that the agency wasn't good. And just before she left, I said, I'm going to give you my number if you want to contact me and I'll help you find better work. And she said, thank you. And left. She contacted me saying sorry she had to leave. Her boss needed her to go. And I was like, okay, cool. I did eventually tell her. I used to work for Soulmates. Talked a bit about going to the police. And it was really funny because she told me, she said, Shaheen spoke about this girl who went to the police. The police didn't do anything. They didn't do anything, And here I'm thinking, he's talking about me. And he's telling the victims going through his door that nothing will happen if you go to the police because that's what happened. I just went on a real deep dive to get as much information as I plausibly could about Shaheen. I have gone through Shaheen's Facebook statuses all pretty closely. They call me Draculine of the West End, is what he's got under his name. And then his cover photo is a shot taken outside the property, pointing to the window where I was raped. Why would you pick that photo to put as your cover photo? October 25th, 2014. I don't need the right from anybody. I am taking it. September 14th, 2013. House party with 10 bottom shells. And you know what's going on there.
What is going on?
Yeah, it's girls. And it's flats victims. Shaheen is not shy to put himself out on the internet. He has videos on YouTube. He was an actor and a singer and a songwriter, and all of which aren't true. There's a video on YouTube.
What's he trying to do by making a video like this?
I think he's trying to sell the idea that he has fame, that he's highly important. He wants to be famous, I think.
What's it like for you when you see his face again in these videos?
For a while, I didn't really want to look at his face or think about his face.
Yeah.
Because the image of him is so strong in my head, I can't not unsee his face now. I found another document online, and to me it is a public catalogue of rape victims of Shaheen's. That's what it is to me. This document is a decision from a High Court judge who refused Shaheen's grant for permanent residency in the UK in light of these alleged sexual assaults. The document points out 11 non-convictions since 2008. He threatens to shoot, stab, and kill women, as well as several alleged rapes, again sharing similar accounts. The judge ruled that he was a pimp, that he had a short temper, and that he was a serious threat to women. What a disgrace. The authorities let hundreds, if not thousands, of women down. What is it, 365 days in a year? You could have multiple victims in one day raped. Traumatization after traumatization. And yet the police closed my case saying that there wasn't enough evidence. I don't know, I was just kind of like, what is wrong with the world?
Sam wrote to us in 2019
she wrote us this very interesting letter, which gripped me straight away. And she was speaking on behalf of herself and two other victims. So they came in to our office, and when I first met Sam, I was impressed straight away. I mean, I'd been impressed by her letter. I had a sense of her as someone who was very determined, for whom it was never just about her. It was always her and the other two victims, and any number of other unnamed victims out there. She always had that in her mind. We asked her to tell us a bit about her story and what this man had done, and she tried, but she was really, really finding it hard at times to get the words out. I just remember it being extremely powerful and extremely upsetting to hear her talking about it, and to, in a way, the things that she wasn't able to say, you know, it said more than what she was able to say. So from there, it really became about challenging the police over this and trying to press for the investigation to be reopened. The first time I was in the safe house, I stayed a little bit over a year, and then I was in private accommodation with friends, and then I became an illegal immigrant, I guess. My visa ran out and I didn't have the right to work, so I couldn't support myself independently. I was living below the poverty line. I'm moving back to the safe house, for an unknown period of time.
And there's no rent to pay?
No.
Do you find there's a lot of rules in the safe house?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to get my head around it sometimes. And that's probably because I just don't trust. I don't trust people all the time.
You had quite a tough first few years of your life.
I mean, I was born in Russia, and I was put in this orphanage because my mother couldn't look after me. So I was taken away, and it made things complicated. It made things really complicated. But yeah, that is what it is. Everyone's, been dished something.
In life.
Yeah. I knew that there is a process in place to challenge decisions, and anyone can do it. It's an internal complaints process. You can seek a review by a more senior officer. And actually, by the time we got to the meeting where they were supposed to explain why they dropped the case, they had done a bit of a U-turn and decided they should reopen it. To learn from Kate that the police were going to be reopening my case, I mean, obviously it was good news, but also I was thinking, what's next? Who knows? I don't know what's next at this point. When Kate informed me that the police had lost my VRI video recorded interview, so there was a string of emails that were sent to my lawyer. It's a conversation between multiple officers on this case, looking for solutions for that loss evidence. I'm just going to read a little section out of here. In 2018, matters were presented to the CPS as rape, The 3 ABE masters are now missing. There are significant gaps in the case. Sad for the victims, but not necessarily our job to recover. So in my view, as before, keep away from the 2018 for now and focus on the current. We have some cracking new, in capital letters, witnesses, and if all goes to plan, there will be 1 or 2 or 3 girls working with him when he is arrested. This will be recent evidence of his enterprise. This just makes you feel shit, doesn't it? It's just trying to keep us on in case, and that's what they say here too. Is try and keep us in case they need us.
Obviously, you know that we're here to talk about an allegation you made sort of mid-2018. So what was the expectation of you when you went to these clients?
I was expressing to him in this hotel room that I wasn't okay. But he, yeah.
When you say you weren't okay, just describe that a bit, please.
I couldn't. It was just difficult. Difficult to say certain things sometimes to these people because they already had their own expectations, because Shaheen had already said to them that that was okay anyways, to do whatever the fuck you want with us.
We're outside the police station now. I've returned to do another VI. Yeah, video interview. This is my 3rd time. Just a few weeks back, I was here for almost 6 hours completing an interview, and it just didn't work when they went to check it. It's broken. So yeah, this is why I'm here today. Last time I walked out and all these boxes in my head. The lids sort of just left ajar, and it sort of left me exposed. I felt really exposed. And it's taking my memory back into a time where I was quite helpless. I don't like that feeling.
Right, so the time by my phone is 10:56. It's Monday the 14th of December 2020. I only propose to cover what we're missing.
So I heard from Max yesterday, Officer Max, and Shaheen has now been charged with rape in connection with your allegations.
Really?
Yeah. So he's facing 5 charges in connection with your account. 2 charges of rape, 2 charges of sexual assault by penetration, and 1 charge of controlling prostitution. Again.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That feels like a a big weight off that push. Cool.
I mean, I think well done you, honestly, because this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, after all that.
Do you want to know how many charges he's facing in total?
Yeah.
40.
40.
So from that day where you went to the police,
Yeah.
and then you get told there's nothing here,
Yeah.
to 40 charges. And you never know what's going to happen, but I'm tentatively optimistic that it's going to be hard for him to make all that go away.
That's really good news.
I
That's
feel
the
like
best
it's-
news, actually. That's really cool.
Yeah. Hi.
Good news.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look like you had good news.
Yeah, really good news. The CPS has approved the rape charge, so
No.
yeah, it's sick. It's
Oh
sick.
my god.
It's sick.
Oh
good.
what good
It's good, eh? I'm really pleased about this.
Do you believe in anything like Loch Ness Monster or like a Yeti?
Not really, I don't think so. I'd like to see it. Abby's my partner. She comes from a very different background from us. And we're both pretty outdoorsy people, so it's nice to go away and both like together and yeah, definitely. How are you looking?
Oh wow. Oh, I hosted him.
It's been quite special that she's been able to kind of handle all this as a personal thing, and it's not always an easy thing. It's nice to have that support, and you know, the amount of times I've gone, oh, you know, just get so upset by something, really, you know. Yeah, she helps bring me back down, and she'll remind me why I'm still here and the importance of this case, and she'll remind me the impact my voice has so that I get the justice I deserve, as well as the justice for many others who haven't been able to voice themselves necessarily so easily. Because sometimes you do get so overwhelmed by things.
I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I'm so if I love it sparkle and it's spangled, why not see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham till you come down.
Sit back and enjoy the flight you got on Booking.com.
Comfy?
Very.
Go ahead, Smith.
What?
Amazing. Holiday dreaming again? Find the perfect flight for you. Booking.com, booking.yeah. Lenore Unstoppables. There it is, the whoosh of freshness. Just chuck those little scent boosters into every wash for a whoosh of fresh that lasts and lasts. Ooh, what a whoosh. And those socks, yes, still whooshingly fresh. Even at the end of the day, they're still enjoying that fresh whoosh. Lenore Unstoppables, the non-stop whoosh of fresh now in a cardboard pack.
We're ITV Win, where people like you can win prizes like these. Search ITV Win to find out more.
Nothing feels like Surfology. Feel at home on a surf you love.
At Lidl, we're big on fresh. This fresh. This sweet.
Precisely. This juicy.
This British. This award-winning. This fresh, and that's a promise. Now this is big on quality and always little on price.
Me again. Allow me to pick up where I left off. The biggest phenomenon and everything's in the pen.
You're not listening. I said it with my chest and I...
Google Pixel, proud partner of the England teams.
G'day.
It's Harry from Abergavenny.
How's up?
I forgot my brother-in-law only drinks fancy pants beer. What do I do?
Pour the amber nectar into an old jam jar and just call it something obscure.
Brilliant, thanks guys.
No worries.
It's called Voodoo Jazz Hat.
Foster's, good call.
This is kind of Queen of Sheba travelling, really. I'm retracing the legendary voyages of the Spice Trail. There's a little nutmeg. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, my lord. I love it. Look how ravishing it is.
Joanna Lumley's Spice Trail adventure continues Wednesday at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
We are outside Tottenham Police Station so that I can view an, what do they say, a ID parade.
Was it easy to recognise him?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a feeling when it first comes up. But yeah. Just swallow a little bit. The police had me sign a document, and I didn't like the way it was written, that I had sex with this man. So I corrected it, that I was raped by this man. You've just completely disregarded why I'm here in the first place. Not hugely psyched to be here today.
Why not?
I feel like I'm having to sort of declare my innocence over communications I've had with another victim because of this idea of collusion.
I think the police have been conscious that one line of attack that the defence might use is because Sam was such a rock, actually, for the other two victims who reported him in 2018, that almost might somehow undermine her credibility. I think the suggestion was that in any case where you've got a number of victims telling a similar story, on one level, clearly that supports the prosecution case, that suggests they're all telling the truth. But on another level, it can allow the defence to try and suggest that there's been collusion or that the women have discussed their accounts with each other.
Yeah. Sometimes.
You feel nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't really feel like being here for this particular interview.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just feel, yeah. Don't like having to prove my own innocence. I don't like that feeling.
No, I know.
But I do think that the police and the CPS at the moment see you as a credible victim. It's really hard for sexual offence cases to make it to trial. They so often don't. That you are one of the rare ones where they obviously think they can prove the case.
Yeah.
So I would remember that at the same time. Hold on to that.
Over it.
I hate that they've made you feel like that. I'm really sorry.
Just over it.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the last time I have to come back here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I met her back in 2018 when I ordered myself off the internet.
Have you ever colluded with her?
No.
Around making any allegations?
No, not that I mean I've shared a hatred with her, if that's collusion.
Okay, no. But have you, for instance, have you told her what to say to anybody or anything of that nature?
I don't think so. I've just told her where she can get, support.
What was the purpose of the contact the first time you met her, to let's say today?
Yeah. Well, the first time was to see who was behind my profile. And second time was to see if she was okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the purpose of your continued...
just wanted to check she was okay and that she had help. I wanted to check she was okay, that she had help, and that if she did have the appropriate help, perhaps she would be more inclined to share deeper experiences that may have actually in turn been helpful, because she was in a lot of pain. Yeah. I don't feel like I did a wrong thing by contacting her. I shouldn't be made to feel like I've done a wrong thing. I shouldn't be made to feel like caring is the wrong thing to do here.
How long have you known?
Since April 2018.
Okay, thank you. Are you in regular contact?
We go through waves.
How do you know her, like, as a person? What's your...
I only know her through the shared soulmates. I know her through soulmates. It made me scared to speak to particularly any of the other girls. The fear that came in of like, am I going to damage this case by speaking to somebody? Am I not allowed to? Like I was questioning who I couldn't even speak to, including my own lawyer. It put me in a bit of a position where I felt like my support network was a little bit fragile. I was a bit fragile.
What did this letter or email from the police say?
He said, it appears that the existence of the filmmaker has been deliberately hidden for a good period of time, and I have now been tasking with reviewing all the material he has. I will need to take a further statement about that also.
So the police are saying that you deliberately withheld the fact that you were making this film with me, right?
Yeah.
But also, we look back at 2019 when you and I first started filming. The police investigation seemed to be going nowhere, and then they closed your case.
Yeah. Just coming at me and asking me to hand over something that has felt quite rewarding in all of this chaos, actually. But at the end of the day, they needed to listen to me better. They needed to believe everything out my mouth, everything that was out anyone else's mouth. And I think feels like a right invasion of my privacy, of my own rights, to do something for me. you know, I'm allowed to share my story because they're not sharing my story, they're sharing theirs.
So I've just come out of the court. There's no resolution yet. But I did find out that the main trial against Shaheen has been delayed for maybe as much as a year. And that's going to be tough news for Sam. At the end of the day, the judge deferred a decision.
Yeah.
It transpired in court that there was a hearing the day before, and that about vacating the case or putting the main case back, and the court has agreed to delay it.
Why? And what? Sorry, what? They're going to delay the trial now. They're going to delay it again. Why?
Well, it's hard for me to know because this is the first thing I heard when I got into the court, and it's just only me picking between the words that the judge said. So, you know, I've got no other knowledge, but the judge did say this, so I think it's pretty much reliable.
The trial was now postponed. Postponed a year? That's a long time to wait. And some of the other victims dropped off from supporting the prosecution. Everything was a bit harder.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Drop it like it's hot.
Okay. The police are not getting access to any of our footage
Really?
because of the judge's ruling.
Really? Cool. I was just expecting some bad news, Richard. I honestly was expecting some. That's really awesome.
Yeah. So, Sam, you got a new friend?
Yeah, this is Charlie. He's a happy pup. He's 10 weeks today. I've wanted a dog for a really long time. And I think like its trial's not too far away. And I just think it's really good for my mental health. Like I've had like sort of waves of anxiety at times. And he's certainly helping with that. So yeah, I think he's bringing lots of love. Bringing lots of love, aren't we?
Sam, I think, will be a central witness. I mean, she's been told specifically by the officer in the case that her testimony is considered particularly powerful, the interview she's given, and the defence are going to come after her. It always comes down to the credibility of the victim. You know, mostly these cases will be one person's word against another.
Yeah, I don't really know how I'm feeling other than nervous.
The defence will be playing, I think, on kind of myths and stereotypes about how a victim will behave.
How's my regrowth looking? Is it 10 out of 10?
And the fact that there was a delay in reporting, even though it's not a long gap in the grand scheme of things. I fear that there are probably people who struggle to take the same approach to consent when you're talking about someone who turned up for a job at something that was advertising itself as an escort agency, that they wanted or expected to have sex. But of course, that's not how consent works. You don't sign away your right to say no when you turn up for a sex work job, even if that is what Sam had been expecting. I think Sam is going to find it difficult even to be questioned about the offence itself. I mean, the way that the defence will present in cross-examination is that they will put their case to her. So even when she's saying, no, it wasn't like that, it didn't happen like that, they will put to her that she's a liar.
Been, what, 4 years, 8 months since events took place. I think that's right. Yeah. So it's quite a long time leading up to this particular moment. It sort of feels kind of surreal.
How do you feel about the possibility of seeing him face to face again?
I won't see him face to face because I'll have a screen. He can't see me. I can't see him.
Oh, you can't see him either.
I wouldn't want to look at him. I wouldn't want to acknowledge him. It's kind of a weird and uncomfortable thought to think if he is there, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Just, yeah. Yeah. That's where I'm at with this right now. Yeah, I gave it my best shot. I gave it my best shot. But I found parts of that really, really challenging, and being under pressure and trying to respond was just, yeah, it felt quite intense. And I feel like if I could go back, there's things I would have said now. Yeah, I didn't like some of that at all, but I got through it. Yeah, I got through it. So.
Really? Really? Yay! Seriously? Amazing. Okay. Oh my God, really? Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Cool. Yeah. All five. All five cats, babe.
It's nice to get to the finish line and there be a positive outcome. Being believed makes me feel validated. It has helped me let go of some of the deeper feelings. Yeah, I like to think I've done okay despite everything. I've done okay. I've come out the other end and I'm on my feet moving forward. And I think the main thing is that he's now off the streets. He's no longer a hazard. He's no longer a threat. So I'm safe, and everyone else is safe from him too. I think that's the biggest thing.
If you or anyone you know has been affected by issues raised in this programme, you can visit itv.com/advice for support information. Victims of Shaheen are being legally represented by Centre for Women's Justice. If you've also been a victim of him, you can contact them on info@centreforwomensjustice.org.uk.
The radio car gets really shot.
When did you first hear from your mother to be able to write?
What would appear to be a happy father, he actually was the complete opposite.
There's a reason I'm here to be sharing our story.
Murder in the Family continues Thursday at 9 on ITV1.
Cycling up mountains that are normally skied down. We've highlights of the Tour de France now on ITV1.
Skoda, proud partner of the Tour de France.
Hello, this is Saint-Gervais, the setting for the Tour's second rest day, and also the 1965 International Cycle Champions Skiing Grand Prix, which astonishingly used to be a regular event, with the likes of Jacques Anquetil and Tommy Simpson taking time out from risking life and limb doing something they were highly skilled at, to to risk life and limb doing something they evidently weren't. Hard to imagine the insurance underwriters of UAE and Jumbo-Visma allowing Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard to go hurling themselves down mountains in the off-season for a laugh. And this week, the pair of them became even more valuable assets to their teams and to the Tour, with the continuation of what is surely now established as one of cycling's great rivalries.
The day after the rest day, and the heat was on in Vulcania, as the two main protagonists prepared to resume battle, cheered on by a multitude of fans. Under a burning sun, the action was fast and furious from the flag drop. On the Côte de la Chapelle-Marcousse, the final climb of the day, Israel Premier Tech's Nick Schultz set a fierce pace in the service of teammate Chris Nylund.
Chris Nylund has just flown away.
But the Latvian could not maintain his advantage, and it boiled down to a six-man shootout for stage honours.
Gail Zimmerman knows that if he's going to win, he's going to have to win solo. There goes Ben O'Connor, and O'Connor will just ride his heart out now. But now he goes, Bilbao, and Bilbao is going to coast home. A two-time winner of stages at the Giro d'Italia, and now a winner at the Tour de France.
I crossed the line and I just put out all the anger I had in the inside and remembering the reason of this victory, no? Special one for Gino.
A win inspired by and dedicated to his late teammate, Gino Mäder. As conditions cooled, so too did the action, as the peloton left Clermont-Ferrand en route for Moulins, even if the Tour caravan clearly spooked some of the locals. UAE, however, had their sights set on other wildlife.
Okay, guys, now we do plan C. Everybody jump the cycle. When the crocodile starts to swim, you jump.
Whatever that means. Out front and rocking in the rain was Daniel Oss. But once again, it all came down to the sprint trains, even if the big green engine this time was Van der Poel-less.
Look at Philipsen! How well placed is he? The green jersey now! It's the nitro button! Yes, it's done again! And it's so simple! Not before!
The best of the bunch, by far. A battered and beleaguered Fabio Jakobsen opted out of signing on for stage 12. And was probably a relieved man as the peloton set off at an infernal pace, with everyone hoping to get in the breakaway. David de la Cruz became the third Astana rider to abandon following a crash, while another splintered an already fragmented field. Mathieu van der Poel tried for a long solo, but it was only on the fifth and final categorized climb of the day that Tour veteran Ioni Zagiri was able to snap the elastic.
Van der Poel was now dropped by Ioni Zagiri. What a ride from Ioni Zagiri! Coffiness take another victory, and the Basque Country celebrates win number 2. Hats off to Ioni Zagiri.
The Grand Colombier's Epic Glacier provided the stage for the next installment of the Pogacar-Vingegaard blockbuster. For some of the show's lesser lights, though, the lack of opportunity was enough for anyone to give up.
Do you still feel that you've got a chance in a breakaway?
Yeah, I think we still have a chance, but not today. I really just don't see the breakaway survive today. I'd be surprised if Tadej or Jonas don't win today.
This is a crazy tour. Is that the feeling that you have?
Yeah.
First to go was Caleb Ewan. Later followed by gastroenteritis-stricken Ben Turner. But at the head of affairs, another Ineos Grenadier had made it into the large breakaway, and he was looking to rewrite the script.
Kwiatkowski, grinning from ear to ear, all on his own on the Grand Colombier, takes a stunning solo win on the top of the mountain, as right at that moment further behind, Tadej Pogacar decides to put Vingegaard under pressure, a violent acceleration, a little bit of a gap opening up now. Pogacar in third place, taking 4 seconds, and a timeable gap there for Jonas Vingegaard. A tiny victory in the end for Tadej Pogacar, but in this slenderest of GC battles, it might be massively significant.
In a race and a sport dominated by young megastars, how great has it been in week 2 to see a cast of 30-somethings still stealing some of the big scenes? A day of carnage in the Alps saw the race neutralised and 5 riders abandoned in an insane opening hour and a half. Louis Meintjes, Antonio Pedrero, Esteban Chavez, Romain Bardet and James Shaw all out after 2 big crashes. In the Cat 1, Col de la Ramaz, Jumbo-Visma put the hammer down. But the only top 10 GC guy to suffer was Tom Pidcock.
Oh, Pidcock, not looking good there. Tom Pidcock, a few bike lengths have opened up, and he is suffering.
But in the Haute category, Col du Jouplan, all hell broke loose.
Onto the climb they come, 11.6 kilometres of ascent, 8.5% the average gradient, steep, basically. Wout van Aert comes to an absolute standstill. Jumbo-Visma, after all of that, are crumbling in the face of UAE Team Emirates on the Col du Jouplan. Jai Hindley is starting to fall away from that group. Kuss out of the saddle, and Carlos Rodriguez now being distanced. Big attack from Tadej Pogacar, instant response from Jonas Vingegaard. Jonas Vingegaard is tracked as Pogacar unleashes yet again one of these demonic accelerations. But Vingegaard is a fighter, we know that. Every time Pogacar has attacked him, he has responded. He's getting right back on him. And here he goes now, 500 metres to go. There's the gap to Pogacar. And a moto, Tress motorbike right in the way, just at the moment when Tadej Pogacar is trying to unleash that sprint. Jonas Vingegaard gets the lead on Pogacar. But Pogacar wants this second sprint. What a brilliant ride from Vingegaard. Is he going to get the bonus seconds? He is.
Fantastic ride from Rodriguez.
Yeah, brilliant ride.
They're going to make it on just before the descent. Rodriguez goes straight by to lead into it.
Wow.
And at the moment, it's looking good for Rodriguez. It's so hard to close any gaps in this descent.
Carlos Rodriguez definitively announces himself as one of the best riders in the world. And look around the corner, here comes the white jersey. Vingegaard, powerless shortly to get round to. Then finishing second and third. Pogacar takes back 2 of the seconds that he conceded over the top of the Jouplan. And basically, we're as we were. There's a big crash. Oh, where is it? Oh, big crash. Oh, goodness. So that's Chris Hamilton, and I think that was a flash up from Rigoberto Urán, who's been off.
Would, or perhaps even could, UAE and Jumbo continue to throw the kitchen sink at each other before a well-earned second rest day? Or could the breakaway survive?
2 of the most important domestiques for Tadej Pogacar and Jonas Vingegaard doing battle alongside the interloper, Wout Poels. 7 minutes nearly the advantage to Wout van Aert, Wout Poels and Marc Soler, who have now put a minute into the group of chasers. And if that gap grows any more, you'd have to say those trio of riders are almost uncatchable at this point because they are the strongest. Wout Poels has dropped Wout van Aert, leaving him absolutely in an instant there. Can he take 10 seconds? Can he take the jersey, Tadej Pogacar? Wout Poels takes his first ever Grand Tour stage win.
It's just incredible to win the stage. It was almost my dream. I won our monument, I won the stage in the Tour. I mean, I'm super happy.
Here it comes. 950 metres to go. The big one. The hammer comes down for Pogacar. And again, Vingegaard's initial response is perfect. Vingegaard's defence of the yellow jersey today has been nothing short of perfect. Side by side, what a thrilling Tour de France this is. It's a photo finish between the two. You cannot split them.
And there are only 5 racing stages left in which to do so definitively. Jonas Vingegaard still holds the edge and the yellow jersey, as he has since stage 6, with a lead of 10 seconds. Even that's larger than it has been, and certainly could have been if not for the traffic congestion at the top of the Jubilee. Carlos Rodriguez has displaced Jai Hindley in 3rd place, and his chief threat now might be less the Australian than Adam Yates, to the extent he's able to ride for himself. Simon Yates is 8th, so 2.
And Thursday, again, a relatively quiet day, I think, but there will be a fair amount of clouds spreading in on that northwesterly wind off the Atlantic. So I think places like Scotland and Northern Ireland cloudy at times. The best of the sunshine will be across central and southern areas of the UK. And again, similar values as far as the temperature goes, between 17 and 22 degrees. And then Friday and the weekend turns unsettled. You can see low pressures lining up in the Atlantic and pushing the weather fronts right across the UK, so at times it'll be very blustery as well and relatively cool. Let's have a look at the outlook then. Those temperatures below the average for the time of the year. For some of us down to 20 degrees in London, and you can see a lot more rain icons than dry weather for the next few days. That's it for me. Bye-bye.
I'm Martin Parker. Welcome to Parker's Power and Electricals. If you want all this, you got to start using this. Let's run away together, get married.
What about Diana? Hit 40 and you're invisible. You could rob a bank. No one look that alive.
Business, happy family. People look up to you, you know. They've got a lot of respect for you. It's stupid. You need to pay your debt.
You are a strong, sexy woman. Well, say it with me. I'm a strong, sexy woman. Get a break, Hardy.
The Power of Parker starts Friday the 28th of July on BBC One and iPlayer.
I'm please go to war, but I have no choice but to fight for my country.
Welcome to hell, sir.
I'll never stop loving you.
Who I am.
For who I was.
Brand new World on Fire continues Sunday at 9 on BBC One and iPlayer.
BBC One through the night. We hand over now to the BBC News Channel.
Because I can't get it.
But before any patient gets donanemab, they have to have one of these, a PET scan, a specialized type of brain scan. The problem is there aren't nearly enough scanners. Currently, hardly any Alzheimer's patients has one. There's another hurdle. Donanemab has potentially serious side effects. It can cause swelling and bleeding in the brain, so patients will need to be aware of the risks and be carefully monitored. But despite safety concerns, there will be huge demand for this new drug, which Mike will continue to receive as long as it helps him. After decades of failed trials, the era of Alzheimer's treatment is upon us.
That's our medical editor, Fergus Walsh. Well, let's take a look at some other stories in the headlines. 5 people have died after a small plane crashed in a hangar at an airfield near Poland's capital, Warsaw. At least 7 people were also injured in the crash. A fire brigade spokesperson said the weather was a probable cause for the crash. Tunisia and the EU have signed a deal to tackle irregular migration, meaning those moving in breach of rules. Tunisia has become the main departure point for migrants trying to cross the Mediterranean to Europe. The deal includes $118 million to stop smuggling strengthen borders, and return migrants. Supporters of a prominent Afghan educated activist, Matullah Ressa, have called for his release more than 100 days after he was detained without charge. Mr. Ressa, a well-known campaigner for girls' education in Afghanistan, was arrested by Taliban government in March. Colleagues at Mr. Ressa's campaign group he founded say he hasn't been allowed to defend himself and there's been no contact with his family. Well, FIFA Women's World Cup is almost here, and it kicks off on Thursday. And members of Australia's national team, the Matildas, are calling for more to be done to level the playing field. The team, which won a landmark agreement in 2019, sees themselves as global ambassadors in the fight for equal pay. Katie Silver reports from Sydney.
In 2015, FIFA made us play the World Cup on artificial pitches. The grass was fake and the disrespect was real.
In 2013, we signed a new deal to make sure we got our laundry done for us.
FIFA will still only offer women 1/4 as much prize money as men for the same achievement.
Members of the home team, the Matildas, made their appeal to FIFA and football's power brokers just days before the World Cup kicks off. The soaring popularity of the women's game in Australia has been on full display. 2 billion people globally are expected to tune in to watch this World Cup. Yet, the prize money for female players is far smaller than the men's.
The argument for why we're getting paid so much less is just kind of dwindling. It's not really much of an argument anymore. I think if you look at the ticket sales and the interest and, you know, the TV viewings and all of that, there's just not much of an argument there anymore.
In some countries like Vietnam, the gender pay gap remains huge. That's according to former star Nguyen Thi Minh Nhuet, who played for the national team until 2016 and is now a recruitment coach.
At the moment, there are players on the team who have to both play professional football and do other things like selling goods online, or together with their family open a restaurant or a shop in order to make ends meet.
Equal pay is a real challenge
For those that follow the game closely, this World Cup is being seen as a watershed moment for women's pay.
One of the most exciting parts of the 2019 Women's World Cup was after the final was won by the USA, there were chants of equal pay that rang around the stadium. So this Women's World Cup coming out, it's another opportunity to be able to talk about these bigger things. And equal pay, it's still something that not just women footballers are striving for, it's what women everywhere are striving for.
This World Cup, there have been standoffs between multiple teams and their football associations, including the UK, South Africa, Nigeria, and Canada. And these fights are over everything from basic equal pay to bonuses. Some teams are even threatening to boycott matches if their demands are not met. It's hoped that with this momentum, the next generation's battle will be just on the pitch. Katie Silver, BBC News, Sydney.
Well, the first space tourist traveling on Sir Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic will launch next month. Among those on board are a mother and daughter and 80-year-old John Goodwin, an Olympian who bought a ticket for the Virgin space mission 18 years ago and has been waiting ever since. Ellie Prince reports.
The spaceship attached to a mothership.
As bucket list dreams go, getting into space is a difficult one.
When I was 2 years old, just looking up in the skies, I was like, how can I get there?
It turns out a raffle ticket will do it. Keisha and Anastasia from Antigua will be the first mother and daughter to blast into orbit together. John Goodwin from Newcastle-under-Lyme, who's 80, has beaten the odds in another way. He's got Parkinson's.
I was pretty convinced that they were going to turn around to me and say, you're not able to go. But they have been fantastic. The fact that I can defy my Parkinson's. 3 years ago, I climbed Kilimanjaro and cycled down just to prove that it wasn't going to get me. And this is the same thing.
An Olympic canoeist in 1972, he knows a challenge.
Release. Lane release.
But despite this flashy promotional video, John remains pretty down to earth about his trip.
even if he did pay $250,000 for a ticket 18 years ago.
I think the opportunity to do something that's not been done before by many people at that price is a real bargain.
The flight will lift off on August the 8th. Ellie Price, BBC News.
It's extraordinary. Well, another extraordinary story. The remarkable story of an Australian sailor who survived 2 months at sea. They're attempting a 6,000-kilometer solo voyage across the Pacific Ocean to French Polynesia, but their boat was damaged by a storm several weeks later. This meant that the sailor and his best friend were left drifting in the vast and hostile North Pacific Ocean for 2 months. Here he is. This is the castaway, Tim Shattuck, and his, as the right here, you can see his beloved dog, Bella. Now, the pair set off from La Paz along the Baja California Peninsula in Mexico in April. And they survived on a diet of raw fish and rainwater, and the pair were rescued by a trawler this week after a helicopter spotted them. And here's Tim now, looking very thin but happy and alive. And don't worry, I know you're all thinking about Bella. I can assure you, even Bella is not in this picture. She survived that total ordeal as well. Well, that's it for all. That's all we have now on Newsday. I'm Monica Miller. Thanks for watching.
Hello, if you're wondering whether any of the heat that's currently affecting southern Europe might head our way, well, the answer is a resounding no. But that is good news, I think, when you look at these temperatures. These temperatures, which we recorded in the south of Europe on Monday, are very dangerous indeed. And this heat shows no real sign of letting up. Now, we are stuck in a very different type of weather. The jet stream diving to the south of us, that's keeping us away from this hot air, instead keeping us in something cooler, and with low pressure in charge, it is quite unsettled. This weather system pushing its way in from the west right now is going to bring some very heavy rain for some through the day on Tuesday. That rain through the morning across parts of Northern Ireland, then swinging across the Irish Sea into Wales, the north of England, the south of Scotland, southwest Scotland could be very wet for a time. Bit of rain into the southwest of England. Northern Scotland seeing sunny spells and the odd sharp shower. The southeast of England should hold on to some hazy sunshine and some warmth, 23 or 24 degrees. But stuck under cloud and rain, you may well see temperatures no higher than 14 or 15 degrees. Very wet for a time through the evening, particularly across parts of southern Scotland. That rain then tries to pull away eastwards. I think cloud and some patchy rain may linger across southeast Scotland and northeast England into the first part of Wednesday. Those are the starting temperatures for Wednesday. And then this legacy of clouds still sticking around across parts of northern England, maybe southern Scotland.
I'm going to bed now. I'm going to say good night and come back in the morning. Yeah. I'll say good night to you on Facebook, and then I'll say good night on YouTube. See ya. That's Facebook sorted. Let's just sort this out. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. YouTube, let me see. There we go. YouTube, 6 hours and 34 minutes. That's crazy. Right, I'll say goodnight. I'll see you later. Okay.